Good evening and good afternoon, and welcome to my birthday stream. Obviously featuring me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So, the reality of the situation is that my birthday is tomorrow, but unfortunately, I'm busy with family there. But I still wanted to celebrate with all of you, so here I am. Here we are. I'm not going to comment on the inaccuracy if someone says happy birthday today or tomorrow or early. I very much appreciate it all the same. Now, while I remember, thank you for celebrating 25 months as part of the Cult of the Pink, Chris. Thank you so much for the support. That's crazy. And hey Taldemar, hey Mistel, hey Subs, hey Sleepyblad, hey Sally, hey Saros, hey Rost, hey Zaf, hey Lana, hey Talcal, hey Bobamet, hey Milo, hey Monica, hey Matthew, hey Ilya, hey Tinali, hey Lux. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Riftwalker, hope you're doing well as well. And Yukarin, hope you're doing well as well. And thank you all so much for the birthday wishes. How dare you be with your family on your birthday? How dare you! And thank you for celebrating 5 months as part of the Cult of the Pig, Sally. Thank you so much. And thank you for the birthday wishes as well. Thank you so much. I feel like I was just about to comment on something and then I forgot. Right. If you want to hang out with me and us in-game as well, then we are on Ravana, on Materia, on the OCE regions, Materia, the OCE regions data center. Unlike all other regions, you can always visit OCE. For some reason. What you have to do that is, if you've never done it before or haven't done it recently, then you have to log all the way out to the main menu, choose data centers, choose Materia. Yes, you have to choose it as if you actually want to log in there. Once it has loaded your empty character list, if you don't have any characters there, you have to hop back out and then switch data center back to your home data center where your character is. Then you right click your character's name on the right and choose visit another data center, I believe. And then from there, I just click the button. I just know which one and I don't even register what it says. And then you choose Materia Ravana from there. And then you'll be plopped down somewhere on the appropriate world, and then you just come here. It's very jank. It is very, very jank. Unfortunately. But it works, at the very least. And it is somewhere we can all meet. And then we'll be here, near the Waking Sands, as that is a place that pretty much everyone can return to. I considered going somewhere else, but then I was like, no, that requires an expansion. No, that one requires that you've leveled a bunch, so if you're a newer player. How about the Waking Sands? I'm pretty sure everyone can reach that. Thank you for celebrating 8 months as part of the Cult of the Pink, Ilana. Thank you so much. And thank you for the super chat, Mizunashi. Buy yourself something pretty. Thank you. I guess I just might. I'll say you, Felipe, and Evis, and Free Live, and Slither. 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 Hope you're all doing very well. Thank you so much. Tanka says probably because there's nobody here. As I understand, and this is genuinely the problem with and I'm not saying that as a slither like a snake. Okay, this is not me saying that there shouldn't B. OCE servers for games. Oh wow. Thank you, Ko-Fi bot. Let me just check that. And Cat, if you're here, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Ko-Fi donation, Cat. Thank you so much. I'll probably have to respond to that one later where I have time to write. That's amazing. Thank you. Nay Eyelid, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Zab says, Twitch just added a thing to use my revenue to gift subs. Okay. Thank you for the gifted subs. Zav, thank you so much. Yeah, exactly, Ilana. Like that. Thank you so much, Zav. That's amazing. I was just about to say, I didn't even know that's a new feature. I assumed that was like a thing that has been there for a while, but that's a very convenient timing of a feature, I guess. But thank you so much, Zav. And again, thank you so much, Kat. And no worries, thank you so much. And hey, Mari, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Felipe says, honestly, considering the state of the NA data center, OCE might be the go-to. You know, that is actually an interesting point. If your connection, like if your latency is manageable on OCE, then that might actually be the strat to deal with the potential problems. Hey Bob, hope you it's been a bit, and hey Graya, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, Bob. It's been a bit. I hope you're doing well. That top right corner is gonna be busy for a while, I think. My overlay is may still need a little bit of fine tuning because this is crazy. It is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bob and Zav and Kat and everyone. How do you say that name? We've agreed that we can call him Bob. But it is upside down and in reverse. Bob says my power supply broke and took my PC with it, so I had to buy and build a new PC. Oh man. Hopefully that went well. And thank you so much for the gifted subs, Elana. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. An invisible person. Do we have a ninja sneaking around giving treats? Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. We are on Ravana Materia on OCE, and we are just around the Waking Sands. So you can get here from a ship in Limsa, or you can fly from Horizon. Well, let's just say, Silly, that I feel like well, that name is so long that there wasn't space for the text. That's really awkward. Don't know if there's anything I can do about that, because it straight up just stopped writing. I think. I mean, I feel like it would be weird to change it while it is actively happening. Also true, as Sleepy Vlad says, you can also use the tickets. Fun fact, back in the day, that wasn't an option. So if you ever meet an old school Final Fantasy XIV gamer that says, back in my day, we had to walk both ways in snow, then they actually are onto something. Not the snow part. I'm pretty sure it never snowed in Thanalan, but it definitely. I do believe it is slightly uphill here, and they did actually have to. Well, they didn't have to walk both ways, but they did have to. Maybe they did have to walk both ways in like 1.0. I think there was something about teleporting required a resource that like took time to recover, so you might actually have wanted to walk both ways back then. If Final Fantasy XIV used to be tedious. In before used to be? You can sometimes hear them get levels through the floor. We love we always appreciate the ambience of bots on the floor. Thanks so much for the additional gifted sub, Ilana. Thanks so much. Rust got one. Yeah, that's true, Zaf. They give you so many tickets that you can definitely use them every time they send you here. Not only that, they should be able to use like a bunch just for the lols, like if you just want to go here. It's actually pretty funny. At some point, there's something to be said about whether you'd want the inventory space or those tickets. Hey Kiwi, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And hey Sabello, hope you're doing well. And it's your birthday too! Oh, congratulations! Happy birthday to you! And hey Slushy, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much, and thank you for celebrating 11 months as part of the Cult of the Pink. Thanks so much for the support. What I mean by the value in the inventory space is, of course, that I've talked about this in every so often in the past, that if you ever have inventory space problems, a way that that I go about it is that I look at the item and go, do I think that this item is worth carrying around? A specific the value of an inventory space might be different from how much you value a specific item. Like, for instance, if you have an item that literally sells for 1 gil on the market board, then lugging it around everywhere because, hey, I might need it, is like, yeah, but you could also just buy it again. Is Sir Mello getting clogged? And hey, Kim and Sonnen, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And thank you for the gifted sub, Bobomit. Thank you so much. And meow. If it's less than 5k, you don't need to keep it. Well, I mean, the thing is, some players might actually value 5k or less items, but it highly depends on how much money you have. Jose Fila, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Like for me, you can see how much money I have in the game. No worries, Samelo, I assumed that it was something bugging out. I hope you have a good birthday as well. It's a weird way to put it, Sally, but I get what you mean. Kim says, I'm poor and 14. Is it acceptable to street perform in Limsa for cash? In terms of... If we're going to say legally, then the only thing the game says that would disallow you from doing that is technically when you unlock bard performance, you actually click yes to a terms of agreement saying that you promise, hand on your heart, that you will not play any copyrighted music. I don't think anyone follows that. But, like, legally? Technically? Exactly as Sav says, yeah, everyone does anyways. In fact, as Philippe says, that's pretty much all that is played. Like, don't even worry about it. But I don't like. Once we've gone over that, I don't think there's anything that could, like, as long as you don't directly annoy anyone, then I don't think there's any big problems. I was going to use my Wa surprise emote and some dance moves. I'm pretty sure the only thing you could do there that would cause people to be really, like, to actually, like, just make sure to turn this off. Then you should be good. Sub says, I saw someone play Avicii yesterday in Gridania. Let me put it like this. Whenever I have streamed and I've been, like, when I've had to, like, for instance, on the Small Kai streams in the past, when we're doing MSQ, whenever the MSQ had sent us, for instance, to Gridania or Limsa or Uldar, and we land in there and I can hear, you know, bard music, I don't even stop to listen if it is copyrighted. I will just turn my camera, because my, like, sound is heavily located on where my camera is rather than where my character is. Just shove it far away from the music and then just run. Because I don't know if it is copyrighted. I don't want to get dunked for that. I believe there is a... there is indeed a setting to just turn performance off. But I don't mind it, and I forget to turn it off when it would be in the way. Jose Caetsu, hope you're doing well, and thank you. And yeah, that is also true. Sorry. That's also true, as Evis says, that agreement is extremely generic to basically say, hey, if we do get a copyright problem, it's your problem, not ours. We said you weren't allowed to. Hey, Bert, welcome. Hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Like, exactly. That's really what it's about. But yet, my point is just, if you're going to ask if it is acceptable to do something, then I'm basically going to start with legally, in-game, based on the terms of agreement, yes, you can do that. Now, will people be annoyed by certain things? Possibly. Will they report you for that? Probably not, right? Like, the one thing... I have seen people be actually annoyed by, you know, wah, spamming, but... Huh? Oh. I assume it was a misclick. I think the only point where I've seen people actually, like, even if they get annoyed by emote spam, usually the thing that people like latch onto is if you don't have this turned off. Because if you have this turned on and you do the wah spam, then not only are you, spamming the sound in their ears, which they can just turn off, but they're also spamming the chat. I think they can also set up their chat lock to not see that, but they probably don't want to do that. Like, they might want to actually use that feature at other times, so it would be really annoying for you to force them to turn it off, just to avoid this. And it technically does suddenly turn your emote spam into actual chat spam, which is why you should turn that off if you're spamming emotes. You kind of says, how do you get Voyager? If you are on in a different region than your own, then you get the Voyager status instead of a free company. And also as Boobermet says, you can probably avoid nearly all of the potential problems by not chasing someone if they leave the premises. Like, that's their way to deal with it if you're going to be annoying. Like, if you are annoying them, is they can just go somewhere else. That usually works well enough that no one's going to complain. Since when did we get data center travel? Sometime late in Endwalker, they made a test of allowing all other regions to visit Materia, the Oceania data center. You can't visit any other regions, only Materia, and Materia can't visit other data centers. They can only visit Materia. That's it. That's all. And then when Dawntrail came, they were just like, well, it worked well enough, and they just left it there. It's slightly less jank than it was in the test phase, but it's slightly less. But it's still janky. By which I mean, in Endwalker, if you had forgotten a step, it wouldn't tell you what the problem was. It would just say you can't for some reason, question mark. Now, it will actually tell you what you need to do if you've done it wrong. Because you have to actually go and attempt to log into the OCE data center first, and then go back and then hop over for some reason. Hey Mandalori, thank you so much. Kaide, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Luxus, I believe they're working on visiting other regions, but they're still testing stuff. I believe late Endwalker, if not early Dawntrail, they outright stated that, and that might have been a misunderstanding, but I do believe they outright stated that the feature is available and they could just go and then it's active. Like, they just, obviously they probably have to, like, set up the settings or whatever so that it works on all of them. But it is expandable beyond OCE. But they haven't done anything with it, probably because there was that cloud data center test they also did, which was really great, and then they've done nothing with it since the test. Maybe they want to integrate that into the process. But the key thing that they have pointed to has been things like cultural problems. And you might think, what? Cultural problems? And yeah, usually when you hear that, you might think, oh yeah, the JP players would probably be a little bit annoyed if EU and NA came and invaded their servers or something. But then why can't NA and EU visit each other at least? Because there's surely no cultural problems there, right? And that's actually where there is like a little bit of a record scratch moment. Because the story goes, as I recall, when they opened visiting to OCE, I've told this story a few times, as you might tell. When they opened visiting OCE, it took like 1 week for an NA player to report an OCE player for calling them a C word, which in OCE is not offensive, but in NA is offensive. And the OCE player got punished for it. The mistake here is, of course, that the OCE player got punished for it. In my opinion. That's cultural differences, ladies and gentlemen. Jose Grim Raven, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. And hey Barkshark, hope you're doing well as well. And just to clarify, because that's a difference between NA and OCE, right? And also true, Boobomet, that NA player should have just, put on their big boy pants, or, I don't know, big girl pants, question mark, and dealt with it. You're not home. Jose Costa, hope you're doing well. So, but basically, while that's like one difference between NA and OCE, let me just say that there are EU players for which this same cultural difference exists. The British. And there are other things where the various EU countries are vastly different from NA, which just would lead to, cultural differences. An example that I gave, this is much less the case nowadays, but years ago, back when everyone didn't just use raid plans, or just just straight follow a guide to a T, it was more common for EU players to use macro pastes, which I believe is... I think I've thrown out all my macro pastes. Have I thrown out all my macro pastes? I have thrown out all my macro pastes. I have thrown out all my macro pastes. I don't have an example. Which is basically like you make a macro that just shows like an ASCII image of the things you need, like strategies and positions for a given fight, and then you just call a spot. Like, you know how you go, like, I'm M1 or M2, and you just, in the macro paste, it shows where that specific player is for that, and that mechanic. And then you just call it, and then you go. In NA, in the same time period, remember, it's a few years ago that we kind of stopped doing this, it was a lot more common to do what I have called the marker dance, which is instead of using a macro and just calling a spot, one way to do it is to just put down markers to simulate the positions, and then people just go to their spot. Which does two things. First of all, it is a lot more flexible because it means that you could have more, well, flexible positions. You don't have to have that specific spot because you have that spot in that other mechanic. But it also means that, well, one thing's for certain, you should know that that's your spot because you chose that spot. But 12con says NA is still doing clock spot marker dancing. Oh, okay. I made a Savage rating starter guide a while back, like back in the late first rate tier of the expansion, and there were many that said, no, people don't do that anymore. So I'm like, well, okay, I mainly raid with a static, so what do I know? Yukarin says some people in JP servers literally don't let you join their party find if you don't speak Japanese or are not native to any of their data centers. There's actually a story there as well. Let me just make sure I've caught up on chat before I go on to explain that one too. Zav says, I remember back in Ragnarok Online, someone asked me where I was from and then followed with, how come you speak English when you're not from the US? Was the person that asked you that from the US? Tuckle says, you have so few macros, I'm like somewhat envious. A few months ago, I randomly decided to clean up in all my macros. That's why I checked and was like, oh, I don't have any. It's because I used to have macros down to like here. And like a fourth of them was random macros that I have used in videos to demonstrate something or test something or explain something. And not, like a third of them was old crafting macros that I haven't used in a long time. And then like the rest were old macro pastes. He says they were from the US, yes. Right. There are US citizens that believe that everyone, you know, speaks their home language. And there are also some that are confused why people around the world don't just all speak English with how amazing the US is. Like, there are some interesting people in the world. Thank you, Gassel. Hope you're doing well. And hey, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And also, yeah, as you kind of says, JP has a macro paste culture. That's where EU has it from. That is where EU has it from. And hey, Cole, hope you're doing well. And hey, Vocal Parasite, hope you're doing well. You also have a birthday today. My birthday tomorrow, but we actually have 2 people in the chat now that has birthday today. That's amazing. And hey, Sunthrone, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Let's see, Subs says, my brother is a sprout of sorts, and I've been taking him through Alexander for his first time, and he loved the goblin with the potions. He also got introduced to Sev, and he was so lost. He used to think everything in 14 was super easy. Right. So, to get back to what Yukarin said about JP and being a little bit aggressive about people that don't speak Japanese or aren't Japanese on their servers. I know of this problem from Get Out Your Bingo Cards, everyone, World of Warcraft, where there is a similar problem at times. I don't know how big of a problem it is nowadays, but it has been a huge problem in the past. Hey, Chiari, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. The problem is... The token says, I'm surprised you don't have AI extreme macros because I do the mental roulettes. There was a problem in World of Warcraft with, Cole might know this one, Ragnaros players. Basically, for some reason, the Ragnaros realm in World of Warcraft on the US region, by the way, and just for the record, in World of Warcraft, your character is actually locked to a specific region. You can't just visit another region. Are you crazy? Ragnaros US had a reputation for having a very large, heavy concentration of non-English speaking but Spanish speaking players that all sucked. As in, getting a player from Ragnaros in your raid or party or whatever was generally a reason to be concerned, because they were probably going to be bad. This reputation was so massively well known that this actually expanded to stereotyping Ragnaros EU, because there was also an EU version of that server that existed. The reason I'm saying it expanded to it is because I'm pretty sure the EU version wasn't nearly as problematic. But because of the stigma towards the US version, generally people didn't discuss it as Ragnaros US, they discussed it as Ragnaros the Realm. Just, you know, universally, not realizing there's two of them. And the way people generally dealt with that was don't invite players from that realm and kick them if they end up in your party by some other means to avoid having to deal with it. Unless it's like a dungeon or something that is easy enough that it probably doesn't matter. Because the thing is, if you needed to communicate, these players wouldn't be able to. They didn't speak English most of the time. And this is basically what happened to the JP region in Final Fantasy XIV. Not that players were outright garbage or anything, but the problem is that players that don't speak Japanese would join raid teams with like Japanese, like let me just see if I can check this. They would see this, or rather, they would see only the J lit up. And they themselves, because queue times, would probably have everything turned on, which implies you can speak all those languages. And then they would just join. Despite being told, I'm not trying to hang out this individual like this. This is just... I mean, this seems like fun. I'm not going to join that with this connection. That would be a punishment to them. But despite the Party Finder group saying, we only speak Japanese, a person that does not speak Japanese at all joins anyways. And then just like, does the fake it till you make it strategy of just nod and wave if anyone addresses you. Just hope no one notices. And this works until it doesn't. If you happen to know the strategy that everyone was gonna do anyways, then it might not be a problem. But if something happens and you're doing something wrong and people then address you and you can't answer because you don't speak the language, then you have wasted everyone's time, because the only solution is you get kicked. Or you learn Japanese very fast. And how do you solve this? Remember, they did their due diligence. They said, this is a Japanese party. We speak Japanese here. English player joins anyways. What do you do about that? As a Japanese player. What do you do? Only solution, kick on sight. Just, nope. even if you could speak Japanese, there has been enough fake it till you make it cases, also I've been told, that of players that could a tiny bit of Japanese, just enough to make it seem like they could, you know, hold a conversation and understand. And then when it comes to actually discussing strategy, that's when they, like, fail. And then back to square one. Only solution, kick them. Cole says, apparently they test your Japanese now, or did for a while. See, that's an interesting strategy, and a very patient strategy. I know some Japanese slurs. Does that work? Guzzle says... they love to instead blame the JP players not being able to speak English. That one is quite interesting on a Japanese server, isn't it? But that also circles back to what I said a little bit ago, which was on Zav's little story about meeting someone who was confused as to why Zav spoke English while not being from the US. Is the reverse of, why don't everyone just speak English? That's way easier for me. Hey Maxis, hope you're doing well. Imagine being Japanese and failing the Japanese test. that would be awkward. That would be awkward. Yukanin says, did you know that the minimum amount of people you need to have in a room for any two of you to share a birthday is 23? I'm not surprised we're having people share your birthday. Is it 23? I mean, I don't think that's quite how it works, but but the way that it does, maybe it is. No, just... Culters, I don't think they'd want that person in their part. You know, that's an interesting point. If you fail the JP test, despite being JP, then maybe you need to work on your skills. Let's see here. The logic of that statement is, if you have one person, they have a birthday on a day of the year. There's 365 days in a year, right? So, actually, it's probably more interesting if I do it like this. Don't worry, I'm not going to draw boxes. I am, however, going to make it black so that you don't get blinded. You have 365 days in a year, so one person has a birthday there. If you have two individuals, then you can divide the 365 by 2. Because the probability, or rather, that's 2 days sorry, let me just get that right in my mind. The probability that they share a birthday is technically 1 in 365, but when you have a third individual join, their chance is 1 in half of that. Is this going to be in a short, and is that short going to be on YouTube, and are you going to blow up now because the algorithm is not pushing your shorts like this one? I hope not, and I don't think this is going to be interesting enough for a short. Do you think so? And if you have a fourth individual, the probability that they share a birthday with anyone there is, well, there's already 3 people there. I just realized that I don't want to write this because it's just going to confuse me more, like it just did. Right. Thank you, Talk Cultist. The actual math has to do with the odds of not sharing a birthday. So in a room of 3 people, the odds that none of them share a birthday is like 364 divided by 365 to the power of 2. Right. That is always the confusing part. I also highlighted that in my whole loot chance winning loot video that the confusing part is that you need to flip it in your head. And with 27 people, you get less than 50% to not share a birthday. Oh, says no hate to the French, but I've noticed on EU servers they often assume everyone understands French or refuse to speak English. It's not all French, but there is something to be said that there is a stereotype there as well. I think, now, I don't know, I think that it has something to do with a little bit of a superiority complex, which, I mean, US too on that one. It's basically, take what I said with the US individuals, there's also British individuals that say this, I'm sure, that basically say, why can't we all just speak English? That's way easier. Similarly, there are French individuals that go, why can't we all just speak French? It's way easier. For me. Say, Anjo, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And just reminder, it's not everyone. And I think Kat hits the nail on the head with that one, because, and this is also, like, I have done this in a few of my mentorlet videos, is that I've pointed this out, is that it's the same problem as the clicker misunderstanding. For those that don't know what I mean by that, a quote-unquote clicker in gaming terms is someone in a game like Final Fantasy XIV that uses their actions by clicking them with their mouse cursor exclusively or mostly. There is this assumption that because you are a clicker, you are bad at the game. But there are clickers that have reached the top ranks in Crystalline Conflict. There are clickers that have cleared the highest ultimates. There are clickers that, unless you are absolutely amazingly good, there are clickers that are better than you. But confirmation bias. The reason we have this assumption among some people that clickers equal bad is because you don't notice the good ones. The good ones play well enough that it's never a conversation that you'll have. And the thing is, if you have a bad one and then you're like, you talk with them, and then it comes up that they're a clicker, you might go, that's the reason. But next time you find someone who's kind of bad and they're not a clicker, then you'll just find a different reason why they're bad. So it's basically like, if you're bad and you're a clicker, then you're bad because you're a clicker. If you're bad but you're not a clicker, then you're bad because you use standard type movement or something. And if you also use legacy, and that's also a stereotype, because again, it's very easy to notice a bad player that backpedals. But there are many very good players that swear by standard type movement. But you don't notice them because they play around the weaknesses of that movement type. So you don't have that one to go, hey, because you don't even see that they use it, or it doesn't come up in conversation because it doesn't matter. Bob says this might be confirmation bias or whatever it's called, but I have noticed that French players tend to be a bit worse. I don't know about that. Again, I have been in duties where I'm like, that player's doing some really weird stuff, and then you do this move, and then you see that French is the language they've chosen, and you're like, oh. But I've equally also just like been in a totally normal group when nothing was wrong. In fact, everyone was playing well, and then if you just quickly do this move, you're like, oh, 2 of them are French. Huh. Basically, the confirmation bias is more so that if you have a bad player in your party and their language settings is English, then you don't have that to latch onto. If they are not a clicker, then you don't have that to latch onto. If they don't use standard movement, then you don't have that to latch onto. If they don't have a mentor crown, then you don't have that to latch onto. Like, I'm basically listing, if they don't have a legend title equipped, then you don't have that to latch onto. Like, almost all these things I'm listing are things that people have associated with players being bad. But what they all have in common is that if you take them all away, then you basically just have Anonymous from 4chan, right? And then you don't know what to do. Then they're just bad. I'm not saying necessarily that that it can't be true that the French players average worse than others. It's perfectly possible. I have seen it too, but at the same time, I also recognize that others do that. Exactly, Grim Raven. That's pretty much what it comes down to. It seems like there was a lag moment on both platforms, so maybe it was on my end. But it sounds like it has stabilized again, is that right? Say, Milena, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Ardell, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Ardell. Speaking of French elf, guys, here comes a great one. Thank you so much. The French elf, exactly. Cole says, I know some people that seriously hold themselves back with settings. Like, alright, you do you, but it can't be an excuse. That is also what I normally say. Is if I'm looking at your game settings, like basically, if you show me a picture of your UI, and I'm like, wow, that's a choice, I guess. I'm not going to say that you can't do that, but a very, very effective way to get me to start commenting on it is if, like, let's say I'm like, okay, well, for this mechanic you have to do this thing, and then you're like, I can't do that. And I'm like, why not? And you might then say, I just can't, or my UI doesn't allow me to. One being the shrug, I don't know, and the other one being the enlightened answer of, I actually recognize what the problem is, I just don't want to do anything about it. That's where I go, right, then we have something to talk about. Like, that's where it becomes a problem. If you can't do what needs to be done because of your choice, then we have a problem. But other than that, you do whatever you want. Say Zandia, hope you're doing well. Angel says, I don't get why the legend title started getting tied to players being bad. Like, we all have off days, even the best of us. Correct. That's actually also, back in Endwalker, I made a video that talks about this stuff. That people like to associate having some sort of achievement with something that is completely unrelated. For instance, well, you have a legend title. Why did you wipe in this random optional dungeon that you haven't seen once in 8 years? Or why did you die in this dungeon? It's like, because I haven't done this dungeon in 8 years and the mechanics snuck up on me and I had an off day. I was playing an alt. Or I got the legend title on Samurai and today I'm playing White Mage. Like, there are so many versions of that. And it's the same thing with mentors. Like, just because you have one achievement doesn't mean that you have everything. Thank you, Ardell. Exactly. Having a title doesn't mean you're good at everything. And that is what it really boils down to. But yeah, point being, and this is probably more what also relates to what Cole said, in the some people have some UIs that really don't do them any favors, is if you have all the things you need to track spread all across your screen, then you have to look all across your screen to see what you need to see. But if you are a little bit smarter about it, then you can save energy and then you can do better at the things you're good at. Because you actually could, like, optimize your UI. And indeed, if you're playing in a really, really stupid way, it's like, oh yeah, the example I've given in the past is, imagine like a professional cyclist or something. But for some reason, they insist on cycling in clown shoes. Like, you know, big floppy clown shoes. Just it's going to probably impact their ability to do well. But hey! Exactly, Sally. Imagine how good you'd be if you took the clown shoes off. No, but you see, that's part of the charm. That's the whole point of this. It's the challenge. Oh. Gotcha. But that is essentially what it boils down to when I'm like when we're talking about you should try and optimize your UI or like change the setting, or have you tried using some keybinds and things like that. Is like the observation that you'd be even better if you also did this. Things like that. Anyway, I'll be right back. I can see I actually need to turn on lights. This feels a little bit like we're already turning into dark Kai. Welcome to Denmark. When you hit around November, December, there isn't really a day. It's just night and less night. We have night and lesser night. Anyway, I'll be right back. In the meantime, birthday manatee restored, I guess. I don't have a party hat or anything. Imagine if I did. That would have been amazing. Alright, I'm back. Lesser night. Light Kai has returned. It's me. Z. Zandi says, I started on PS5 on an old TV and my base settings UI was terrible. It wasn't until I swapped to PC and got a new monitor that I realized how many tells you can actually see. Oh, thank you so much. And yeah, exactly. It's actually incredible how big of a difference it makes to have a good UI. You kind of says, when's Tsukuyomi Unreal? It should be coming with 7.4, which is 16th of December. I believe it's 16th of September of December. Oh, says I customized my 14 HUD to look like the Elden Ring HUD. I can't picture it, but I guess I could see how it would be very spaced out. The hideable emote hotbar. I'm probably just going to put this in there. Just grab this box and just... There you go. Because that's like it's like a toolbox, and I have a toolbox. I call this my toolbox. So it's that easy. And yes, exactly, Yukarin. That is also why I say when someone shows me their UI, I'll be like if it's good, great. If it's bad, then I'll be like, interesting, that's unique, but I will not start telling them to change things if they don't have any problems. Zav says, why do you have 2 black mages on your toolbox? It's because this is slow black mage, and this is fast black mage. It's 2 gear sets. But yeah, as I said, the only time where I'll be like, okay, your UI needs some help is when people are unable to do something because of them. Sometimes it's something that they themselves recognize as a weakness of their UI, and it's like, if you recognize that it's a weakness, then maybe you should look into that. And other times it's something where they don't even realize that it's a problem. Like, they might be like, oh yeah, that's just not something you can do in this game. It's like, yeah, but everyone else can? Huh. I think this actually came up a little bit indirectly in the Fellowship stream Wednesday. There you go, for your bingo card. That someone asked if you could turn off the damage numbers. And the answer is yes, but I said yes, but if you can't see the numbers, then you might be lacking important information. And indeed, I have met players that have, for instance, turned off damage numbers and then don't understand why what they're doing isn't working. Like, I'm just saying, if you turn off damage numbers, then you better actually truly understand how strong your attacks are without them. Because I'm just saying, there are players with damage numbers fully visible that still somehow don't understand what attack is better. Hey, Great Hunt Dini, hope you're doing well. I have 4 black mages in my hotbar. The normal, the Eureka, the Boja, and the Occult Crescent. Yeah, exactly. If it's the job you play a lot, or you use for, but like I believe I also have 2 warrior loadouts because I had one for Uvu. I just haven't used it in a while. Or you would miss if you're hitting a target that's invulnerable. Yeah, things like that, Xanthia. That was actually kind of a thing that came up on that stream, was you won't notice if the enemy is invulnerable. And the counter to that was, yeah, well, if the target is invulnerable, you'll probably notice that the target's HP bar doesn't move an inch while everyone is bashing away at it. But that is actually a good point. If you can't attack the target but others can, then you might not realize that there's a problem because you're just, bang, 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 and the HP bar is still moving. Again, the point is that it requires that you're suddenly extra aware of everything because you need to be able to see it based on other factors than the damage numbers. Matthew says finding out that Restore Life can crit for 100k when the tooltip says 14 to 17k is definitely something. What? Holy multipliers! The funny thing about that one is, so in a quick difference there is that, so in Final Fantasy XIV, we get around all of these modifier problems by the attacks just saying, well, relatively speaking, this attack is 300 potency, and this one is 290, and this one is 180. So you can basically, this is basically like a comparison point. And then you're just supposed to know what the modifiers are. The game doesn't need to tell you. They just say, well, this is this much and this is that much. And they don't really have modifiers that are like, specifically Fire 4 does more damage. If they do, they usually just change the potency. Boom. In Fellowship, talents, passives, various bonuses you have are not reflected in tooltips. So if you grab a talent that says this ability is 25% stronger, the actual damage or healing number on the original tooltip is unchanged. You're just supposed to know that the number it shows should be 25% more. It's not optimal, but this is also a problem that I've slapped World of Warcraft for in the past. I don't know if they still have that problem, but Fellowship has that problem. It's about consistency, so hey, at least you know that that it is like that. Many traits aren't reflected in 14 tooltips too. Oh, I know. What I'm saying is that they are never reflected, but they make sure that you have the information you need to compare them. I was like, Ellie, and thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. And hey, May, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Oh, says the game should give you an error noise when your attacks are not landing. Damage numbers are such visual noise to me. Well, I mean, when your attacks are not landing, usually it makes like a tink sound and shows like almost like a barrier appearing when you hit the enemy. So they actually do. But in the chaos of a battle, and that is also a fair point, Zaf, is that the problem that Final Fantasy XIV has in this context is that there are so many modifiers on some jobs that it would be nice if they baked a little bit in. Alright, Kat, enjoy your day. Like, I just want to quickly, like, grab some attention to when I say that Final Fantasy XIV has a solution to this problem by being so all in on, well, you're just supposed to, like, put together the things yourself that not even the damage numbers, like, not even an estimate of how much damage an attack will actually do is reflected in the tooltip. They just give you a relative potency and call it a day. Is that it would be nice if they baked a little bit into the tooltip, or, you know, removed some of the modifiers, because Flare Star, you know, this attack that says 500 potency, under normal circumstances, so you're in Astral Fire 3, Flare Star does nearly 1,500 potency. Not 500, 1,500. Because they do 30% more damage, and 27% more damage, and 80% more damage. And all of these just multiply on top of each other, which leads to like nearly 200% more damage. And not a single one has ever been baked in, so... Alright, you got it. Enjoy your day. And it says, meanwhile, Summoner's Physic has 400 cure potency, but barely heals anything, so what is potency? And see, the funny thing there is that it is actually 400 potency. The problem is that because of the existence of Summoner's Physic, specifically Summoner's Physic, they should actually have it say, like, Fire 4 should really say, deals fire damage with a potency of, with an intelligence potency of 300. Because the reason why Summoner's Physic doesn't do anything is because it's mind potency. But it's still, Matthew, your example of listed healing of around 15-16k average, resulting in 100,000 I'm here thinking like, how does that happen? Because I'm like, well, it's a crit, so it's closer to like, it could be it could have been a high roll, so 70k times 2, so you had a 34k. Let's say you had like a massive boost in expertise. You had like, I don't know, like 60%. That, I'm pretty sure that's a very, very high amount of expertise. Like some procs, surely. 50-60%, then you would still be at like, you would still be like halfway to 100k. Safe Haven gives a healing boost. I'm sure that helped too. Oh right, the big butterfly, the blue butterfly isn't that? Is it 100% or is it 150%? Oh yeah, and the vines, they would also, they would have to make up the difference. Is the blue butterfly 100% or 150%? 100% tooltip is wrong. Okay. I'm pretty sure that that in the open beta it said that it was 150% as well. Yeah, indeed. It's not the worst tooltip error on Fellowship. My favorite tooltip error on Fellowship that has been since launch is I think it's the Urak slavers in Urak markets. They can use this ability that chains 2 players together. The tooltip says that it does more damage the further apart the players are, so implying that you need to get close together. But I've been told that it is actually the reverse. I'm not entirely sure, because the few times I've seen the ability go through, the 2 players that get chained together die so fast that you're like, do something! Oh, they're dead. And you just barely manage to like read something of the tooltip and you're like, oh, it's a... Oh, you're dead. Never mind. Now that is a mistake, is an important error in a tooltip, isn't it? Zandia says, I've been working on the newest deep dungeon and there is a boss that you need a buff to hit them, and I play on controller and sometimes also target the wrong one. So if I see a 0, that tells me to switch targets. Oh, yeah. That is also a way to actually keep yourself in check to make sure you're paying attention and targeting the correct thing. Now I'm very confused, Matthew. Are you saying that the chain from Urak Market is actually reduced damage by being closer together? Easting error, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Milena says, I wish they removed the fade to black screen when you take the res. It's made me miss an important tell from a mechanic way too many times to count. Yes. Absolutely. You know, the funniest thing is that... I double flipped it in my head, I see. That... It's the reverse. It's exactly the reverse of what I said. That it says that you're supposed to go away, but you're meant to get closer together. That is even funnier for me. You know, the interesting thing about that one, Milena, is that people have discovered with, you know, careful, don't get yourself banned and stuff. But I believe with cheats, players have discovered that you can just turn off the fade to black thing. And the whole, like, slow fade to black and then like come back to life is there to hide the fact that when you get rest, technically the game just snaps you over to where you're supposed to be. But is that a problem? I would prefer if it just snapped me over to where I'm supposed to be. Just let me get acquainted with where I'm landing, please. In fact, when I receive a rest, just teleport my camera immediately over to where I'm landing, so I can be like, okay, now, and then like just my character just appears in the rest animation right then. Give me that. I don't care that it looks a little jank because it's more efficient. Please. But thank you for the correction. I still reiterate that the problem we've ran into with the chain is that I think it's because usually when that chain mechanic happens, it might overlap with like a tantrum from one of the big guys, maybe some other damage. So what happens is people have already taken some damage. They are slightly spread out, so they take more damage from the chain. Tantrum hits, chain ticks, you're like, do something, they're dead. So we never really got to properly figure it out. So I just remembered that, specifically that the tooltip is wrong. Just imagine if taking a rest during M8S ads wasn't almost a guaranteed wipe because the one taking the rest has no idea where they will land. Indeed. Also, speaking of which, that's also a weird thing with Fellowship. Why can't they tell you where you're gonna land when you rest? Why is that such a hidden secret in MMOs? Why can't you just tell us where we're landing when you get rest? Please? It's a healer skill to raise people in safe spaces as well. That's a fair point. And that's a fair point. I mean, then tell the healer where, like, just have it show somewhere for someone. It's just my opinion, I guess. I feel like it would be nice if they showed that. Because that is the classic way that someone dies after getting rest. Is that they take the rest and then they die again. Because the place they got rest actually wasn't safe. Wouldn't you know? What weird that. Maybe it was safe. Hey Redmaster, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. But it is funny. I will say the whole thing, also in Final Fantasy XIV, more accurately and more importantly in Final Fantasy XIV, given where we are, with tooltips and traits and all that, and not being like connected in any way. So you have to like math out the differences yourself. On the one hand, that's really annoying. On the other hand, wouldn't it be potentially more confusing if they did actually like real-time update the tooltips? What I'm thinking about when I say that is not, oh yeah, well, if we assume everything is perfect. I'm actually thinking specifically if the game incorporates every modifier in real time into your actions in the tooltips. Imagine how insanely confusing it'll be if they forget one. I'll say Akatosaka and Icarus, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And congratulations, Icarus. Which one did you beat? Shiva. Nice. Congratulations. Gandalf says updating real time would kill many low spec PC or connections. I don't think so. Because most of this information would be pretty, as far as I know, small calculations on your PC. Hey, Zenauto and Mist, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And congratulations, Zenauto, and thank you, Mist. Although I do see your point, Gazel, that they could implement it, and then it's just really not optimized. Like if we go back to what I just said, with if we don't assume it is made perfectly, then like the sky is the limit. You could be like, yeah, well, how about we assume that it isn't very well made, and then there you go, right? There you go. The reason why I jumped to that is exactly because there have been times where I believe that WoW tooltips sometimes incorporate like passives and whatnot, and other times they don't, and sometimes they include some things but not others. Like, if you have two passives, one says all fire damage you deal is increased, and the other one says fireball deals more damage, they might incorporate the fireball increased damage directly because, well, it modifies specifically fireball, so we might as well just update that. But they might not incorporate the fire damage because that one is more universal. Like, it's not labeled fireball damage, it's labeled fire damage. And then it gets really confusing because you could also argue that why wouldn't it include it? Like, it might as well just update all fire damage I do, right? Like, those kinds of confusions. I don't know if they do now, but that's the kind of stuff that can make it really complicated when they start to do that. Also that, Agatosaka, does it cause do they multiply? How do they work? Say Gamer, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. I'm doing quite well myself. Missile says the Meso terminal is still breaking people's audio drivers? Wait, how? Huh? Oh, says Caetsu's Mentor Roulette series makes me feel less ashamed of only playing casual content. I would assume that would be what it would be doing, Agatosaka. Indeed. I'm just saying, there's nothing wrong with just enjoying the casual content. The main players that might try to put you down for not doing the harder content are among people that actively do the harder content. But actually, among those players, I would also add that the less those players, and I'm being a little vague here intentionally, the less those players themselves enjoy the harder content, the more likely they are to try and make you feel bad for not also doing it. Because that's the way they can, like, recoup their losses of having done this content they might not really have enjoyed, is by lording it over you and being like, well, you haven't done it, so... Exactly, it's an ego thing, precisely. I don't know how common it is that people that do endgame content do it while not enjoying it, but there are definitely players that will do the harder content because, as far as they understand, that's what you do in a game like this, right? Like, you do the MSQ, you hit endgame, and then you do the endgame content. That's what you do. Hey, Matt Hatter, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Happy anniversary of your 21st birthday. Nice. You know what? I should use that one for my mom. She also has that thing with the not specifying her age. Happy anniversary of that birthday. It's extra weird because she's younger than me. Hey Valp and Idolak, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much. Yes, as per 12 says, there's a lot of sunk cost, and that is also what can often catch people in that. It's because they've invested all this. What do they do with it? Sting Air says, being in Party Find a lot really makes you feel like very few people enjoy Savage Raiding. I could see that. Exactly, Matthew. Happy 21st birthday for the 40th year in a row. Weird. Headlight says, I have one friend who keeps trying to push me to do ultimates, which I don't want to do, but is also actively hostile to the idea of me doing coils synced with a Sprout who wants to do coils synced. No, you can only do the hard content I want to do. It has to be sanctioned by me, specifically. 18 Ali, hope you're doing well, and happy birthday to your mom. And thank you. There's a lot of birthdays today. Zabs, if it's not tracked by FF logs, is it even worth doing? If a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? What's the point of a big crit if I don't announce it? Zen Auto says, I keep hearing FF logs. What is FF logs? FF logs is a website used for sharing essentially performances and results. This is something that a lot of players use to measure the strength of different jobs, for example. But this is based on actual data, like actual clears. Which means that sometimes when you don't take in the whole picture, things get really weird. To give you a clear example of that one, this is like a very quick stab into the deep cut of actually understanding why FF logs can be very confusing. Is if you look at this, you will go, oh, Dancer sucks, Ninja is great. Okay, but this 7.2 is the same rate tier. Very small changes were made between 7.3 and 7.2. Huh. Ninja is still great, apparently. But now Machinist sucks. And it's because it's all actual player data. So it's based on actual performances. So sometimes things change because different people play other jobs or don't play and things like that. So it's very confusing when it really comes to it. Agus says, it reminds me of those people who play Elden Ring or Souls-likes without using magic or buffs and then insist that that's the correct way to play and want you to play that way, even though the best players actually use all the tools available in speedrun, so it gives an eyebrow raise of, is the reason just because you're stupid and played the game in a stupid way without reading tools and want others to suffer the same way now? It's actually, it's not too far from the truth, I think. And yeah, also as Evis says, like there can be many factors that lead to the data on FF logs, specifically the statistics stuff being something you should be careful with taking at face value. The interesting, really interesting comparison to what Agsasaka said is that you can actually grab that kind of perspective and translate it to a lot of other games. The funniest example of that I have heard, I think, one of the funniest examples of that is in the context of RTS games, real-time strategy games. If you're kinda new to a real-time strategy game, hey Anza, hope you're doing well, and thank you. If you're new to a real-time strategy game, you may feel inclined to just bunker down and just play defense until you have like maxed out your base, so that you can make a good, proper choice on what army you want to make. And then you make that army, and then you send it, and presumably then you win. Or you lose, because you spent all of the resources on the map making it. So if your army loses, then there's nothing left. But that doesn't mean that that's the only way to play. But there are players that exist. Remember, not everyone. There exists, the mathematical symbol exists. Looks like this. There exist players that view things like rushing or cheese, which is typically also a type of rushing. Basically, you make a very small army, but a very fast army, and then attack before the opponent can build up their base proper, or properly respond. These players that like to play defensive and like build up their whole base before the attack view those faster strategies as cheating. Because thou shalt only participate in a honorable combat by making sure both participants are equally prepared before you attack. You have to ask for permission before you attack me. Otherwise you're cheating. It's kind of a similar spin to the whole, well, the only real way to play Elden Ring is to do it with a big two-handed sword. And nothing else. Jose Quasari and Shy, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Thank you so much. Another one that I've seen is, I thought about this exact same thing in the context of, some of you may know the channel Sellsword Art. They do like fencing and like HEMA stuff. And they had this short on what do you do when your opponent just keeps targeting your hands. Because some people might view that as cheating, or unfair, or bad sportsmanship or something. And they say, no, it's just because you're not defending your hands. You just bad. And that response also applies to the RTS thing. No, it's not cheating to rush. Like, it's not cheating to rush. You just bad. If you want to play a late game strat, then you have to figure out how to defend yourself to reach that end game strat. Otherwise, you're basically doing the equivalent of putting like a ring target on your chest and then being surprised when your opponent just stabs it. And that also applies to Elden Ring. Although, it applies in a slightly different way, because I believe the logic in the whole, well, the only true way to play Elden Ring is to basically remove all of your options, is a little bit like... It's a little bit like someone realizing that they're so good at the game that they don't need all these other tools, and then decide that that's the only way to play it. Say Goose, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. But yeah, basically, that's that's what it boils down to. But could you imagine how boring that would be? Like, I think a relation to this. Alright, Boobermid, enjoy your day. Hey, Crab Galaxy, thank you so much, and hope you're doing well. If, like, the funny thing is with this, like, I know Akatsusaga said, like, Elden Ring or Dark Souls, and you can say it about almost any game in that style, or almost any game. The funny thing is that this kind of player has, like, an interesting cutoff point, because what it usually comes down to is if you use these other tools that I choose to ban, then you have made the game too easy. Why is the cutoff point, for instance, oh, you can only use big two-handers. Why are you not allowed to use fast weapons? Because that would be too easy, I guess. Why are you allowed to use two-handers? Like, they do a lot of poise damage. Like, if you can get the hit in, you can probably get another hit in. Like, that can also be a little bit, little bit busted. So, come on, right? But the reason that's their cutoff point is because that's the limit they could push it to. And if you don't do, like, it actually turns, it actually, if you deconstruct it a little bit more, it's actually, like, you go over and take the hat and the big trench coat off, and it turns out that it's actually, if you play less than me, then you're a casual, and if you play more than me, then you should touch grass. That's what it's really about. Hey, Saraf, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Like, that's what it boils down to, because, I mean, there are people that have beaten these games with nothing, as far as I know. It's just really tedious. I have not, Shy, but that does not surprise me even in the slightest. Crab Galaxy says, while I was deep into Silksong, there have been lots of people talking about how it's not a real clear of anything if you use Silk skills and tools. Huh? You're only allowed to swing your... You can also only use the regular Hunter Crest. Actually, you are only allowed to use the that special crest where you are where you get the Twisted Roots ending. That's the only one you're allowed to use. And if you're a real pro, you mod it so you can use the No Crest. And then you complete the game with that. Otherwise, did you even... are you even trying? I'm just saying... Imagine using the tools that are given to you. I'll say there are some tools, and for instance Silksong, that are pretty busted that can trivialize a fight. But using those tools, sometimes it's very easy to use those tools, which means that it's not really skillful to do, but it is a part of the game. So ultimately it is like more like goalpost moving, of just trying to validate themselves more. It's essentially the equivalent to You know, the classic, congratulations on your ultimate clear. It was harder when I did it. It's so amazing that you got the clear. Congratulations with the title. It was more valuable when I got it. Oh man. Was that mechanic hard? It was harder when I did it. Instead of just being happy that other people have fun with a game you like. Redmaster says, some people look at an incredible challenge some people pull off, and instead of thinking it's impressive, they think that should be the norm. Hey Brontom! Hope you're doing well. Enter Evangelion congratulations montage. But yeah, that one, Redmaster, is also like that one. I remember, I believe we saw something like that with the I think it was around when FRU was like more new, that a lot of people did this thing where they would, you know, do that ultimate or even older ultimates with like, and they still do this, by the way. I'm not saying they stopped, but like people will try old ultimates with less than 8 players, or they'll do it without a specific role present and things like that. And some people will watch these challenges, and instead of going like, wow, that's really impressive, that must have been hard, they don't really recognize that the reason this party can do that is because they're really freaking good players. They just go, it can be done, hence, duty is easy. The equivalent of, like, for instance, watching someone beat, I don't know, all of Elden Ring with no gear and no weapon, and then going, well, I guess Elden Ring is easy too. We don't recognize that this player is amazingly good. No. Game's easy, Lamau. Thank you, Rust, and enjoy your day. Eyelid says, Fire Giant with fists only takes several hours to finish. I don't think anyone would trivialize that. Oh, I can help you with that one, Eyelid. Oh yeah, Elden Ring can be beaten with no equipment. It's just really tedious. Takes too long. But game's easy. Takes a long time, doesn't matter. Can be done, hence it's easy. That's the only option. It's either game too hard or game easy. Exactly, Eyelid. Spoken like someone who hasn't done it. I don't have time for that. Bob says it took 40 minutes with kick only. But yeah, that's the funny thing. Is the whole someone could do it, hence it isn't that bad. If someone could do it with nothing, then you should be able to do it with something. Yeah, speaking of Elden Ring, somewhat recently, my first playthrough of Elden Ring was with using the Seamless Co-op mod. So I played it with Aradel and Sip. And, like, I'm just saying, there were definitely bosses that got creamed because we were 3. Like, it had, like, scaling so that, like, the bosses had more HP and more poise and stuff like that to balance it. But we were still 3, and that's, like, it's still, like, a 3v1. It's going to make things easier. Like, just prefacing with that. But the funny thing is there that we actually did beat Melania first try. And then we lost, like, over half a dozen times to the final boss. And see, the thing is, just the actually important bit about this is we had fun with it. In fact, I had a lot less fun with the final boss than I had with Melania. Even though we beat Melania first try. And that's something that feels like people forget sometimes. In the pursuit of things need to be hard is, no, it has to be harder. If you're playing it in that way, then you're not, like, then the game is too easy. And like, but I have fun with it. Like, there are people that genuinely enjoy just clowning on enemies, just smacking them up. Like, there are games for them, but sometimes a harder game also allows that option. But just, like, if you grind hard enough, you can do it. Hey, Balanti, hope you're doing well. And yeah, we are on Ravana Materia on OCE. Thank you so much. Joy and whimsy in my video game? Yep, I don't know, Saga. I thought it was an interesting fight, but also somehow I got jumped by the phase 2 like flower bloom explosion thing. Took the whole thing, both hits, and survived with like 1 HP. So there are ways to just get memed on. But yeah, exactly. The important thing is that we had fun with it. As I said, the weird thing is we have had other bosses where we had to like go a more like half a dozen times or more to beat them, where we still had fun with it. But me personally, I had a pretty rough time with the final boss. In retrospect, it might have been like a mindset thing. But I just specifically remember that I was not really happy with that fight. Whereas Melania was fun. Hey Travis, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Stinger says, this really reminds me of the FRU was too easy and therefore not good of an ultimate crowd, when there was so many people who also said top was too hard and therefore a bad ultimate. Yeah, it's probably a more nuanced conversation than that, but you know, nuance is dead on the internet, right? But yeah, it really comes down to there is too easy and there is too hard, and what makes a good difficult fight and a bad difficult fight and a good easy fight and a bad easy fight is complicated. Hey Ashmine, thank you so much and hope you're doing well. Like, I specifically recall that the first raid tier of Dawntrail was generally viewed by, you know, the best players as very easy, relatively speaking. But for the most part, at least initially, it was praised for being very fun. And I think the same has been said about the second raid tier, although there are definitely parts where people have not said that it was very easy. The main thing that I've seen people point out about the second raid tier as a problem, quote unquote, is the fact that some of the fights appear surprisingly zombieable. If you don't know what that's supposed to mean, basically, the bosses have very long periods where you don't need all 8 players alive. Which means that someone can die and you just rest them. And then someone dies and you just rest them. And then someone dies, you just rest them. And you just keep resting your party, essentially like an army of zombies just getting back up every time they get killed. And the funny thing there is that I believe Endwalker got a lot of flack for having too many body checks. And for those unaware, a body check is what we call it when a boss uses a mechanic that basically says, all hands on deck, you need 8 players or you die. Now! And if a fight has too many body checks, then if someone dies, then they will simply not have time to get rest, get back up on their feet, and do the mechanic before everyone dies. And so, because of the negative feedback that too many body checks, it of course makes sense that the raid tiers in Dawntrail would like be a little bit more like, okay, maybe not that many body checks. And then they're easier because body checks introduce difficulty in a different way than not body checks do. And like, that's just how it is. Endwalker also tussled with like in the first raid tier, it felt like healers didn't have enough work to do, supposedly. Then the second raid tier was just riddled with attacks that had a dot follow-up that did a ludicrous amount of damage, which meant the only way you could survive it was by healers, like, carrying it. Feedback, too many dots. Okay, we try again. Also, Space Queen, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Use the stairs of the P8S and P12S streams we did, yeah. Sally says because body checks also tend to be very boring mechanics, just towers and stacks and such. It's a little complicated because a body check can be that. I would say it's not a true body check because like you can skillfully force your way through it, but I think it's called Demolition Deathmatch or Debris Deathmatch or something like that in M7S, where 4 players or like a number of players get like latched onto by a vine. If any of those players die during that mechanic, then the vine just latches onto someone else, and that someone else might be too far away, which could instantly kill them before they can like adjust. But if they adjust, then like you technically only need 4 players for that bit of the fight. So you can like just force your way through it if you're really good. So it's not a true body check, but like that's an example of how a body check could work. Poseidon says, how far have you gotten in M8S? We're kind of working on Champion Circuit now. But yeah, that is a fair point, that a lot of body checks are very, very simple mechanics. But it is pretty interesting that a body check doesn't even need to be something that takes a lot of attention. It doesn't even need to be something that is spent a lot of time on. Like, I don't think this has happened. I hope it hasn't happened. But technically, you could turn any mechanic of any design into a type of body check by just having, like, a few times during an extended mechanic, have the boss just do like it will target 8 players with it'll target 8 players, and it can target the same person twice. And it just does like a small amount of damage to everyone and applies a debuff that makes 2 of them lethal. And it just does that in like every few seconds during an otherwise difficult mechanic. If anyone dies, then every few seconds it'll just go, and then you die too, and then you two die too, and then everyone is dead. Like, that can be a way to just turn anything into a body check. But is that's a really cheap trick, right? That's an incredibly disgusting way to be like, yeah, and no one can die. Because if anyone dies, it just dominoes and kills everyone. Hey, yes it is. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. But that is a way that you could just go, no, actually, no one can die here. Because sometimes, like, arguably, it would also be a problem. Like, a part of the problem with the body checks is that it's a lot of time spent on doing not much. Like, for instance, if a body check is, and then like 8 towers appear, and you need 8 people for it, or you die. And then you just, like, jog over to your tower, and then the fight continues. That's not very interesting. Partly because it's something that we've seen before, I guess. Won't you say a stack marker is a body check when synced? No, not necessarily. It will one-shot you if you try to do the fight solo. No, that doesn't qualify it as a body check. Hey, Neko. Hope you're doing well. Mainly because many of those stack markers is like, if you use enough cooldowns, you can survive anyways with a little more than one person. But there is something funny about that, because is Slaminator in M7S a tank invuln or just normal mid? That's a tank invuln. Yeah, exactly. As Sally says, for a stack marker to be a body check, it has to have some sort of effect where it's like, well, if you're not 8 people, you die. But I believe that is that would be an 8-player enumeration, right? As it says, I like the body check circles with the 2 to 4 pips that require the smallest possible amount of coordination but still often fail. That's enumeration, I believe, yes. But yeah, speaking of doing something solo, the funny thing is, in most contexts where I have done a duty solo, like synced, or even unsynced, if a boss has a stack marker and a tank buster, the stack marker is usually the bigger threat, because the tank buster is designed to hit the tank very hard on their own, but the stack is meant to hit, in a dungeon context, 4 players reasonably hard, which means that one person is going to get hit really hard. Like a specific example is the final boss in Uewata. That one has a tank buster and a stack marker in every loop once it hits phase 2. And I believe it goes... it has its whole like sequence of circly-wees around the ring. Then it jumps, does a cleave through most of the arena. Then it does a stack marker. Then I think it does a spread marker, then a stack marker, and then a tank buster. And then, like, it also does a raid wipe somewhere in there, and then it starts again. And the scariest part in that sequence is, like, rank 1 is the stack, rank 2 is the tank buster. Because that specific boss actually has a really strong tank buster, relatively speaking. Like, it is among the bosses that are very manageable solo, it is probably higher up. And that's a very weird rank to give it, because it's like there are some bosses that are like nigh impossible, but beatable. And this is not that. This boss is one that is just, it's fighting you straight, clean, like man to man, well, bunny to whatever you are. And it's not like cheating or doing some kind of cheese where it's like, well, because you're alone, you can't do it. It's all just straight raw damage. And if you can take it, you can beat it. Where like there are other bosses that it's like, oh, well, that boss is not beatable because there's a DPS check. And things like that. It doesn't have that, but it just does so much damage that it is actually challenging. The final boss in Skydeep Shinote is the same, Maul Skull. It's just, it does so much damage that it is actually hard to solo it as a result. Anyway, I will be right back. The quick break. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Matthew says mechanics that intentionally require tank involvement seem kind of dumb. See, that is actually a really interesting thing, because I'm pretty sure that technically there isn't really maybe there's like a couple exceptions, but like most instances of these kinds of mechanics, or rather most mechanics that people use an invuln to trivialize, are not necessarily intended to do that, but it's basically a result of tanks having it. We can probably assume that these kind of fights are designed with the assumption that, well, the tanks have an invuln. Because they do, obviously. They have an invuln. We have to assume that they might just use them. And this is also something that I've talked about before in the context of boss design, is that, for example, due to the existence of Warrior's Homegang, which is a 4-minute cooldown invuln, if an encounter designer makes a boss that uses a mechanic that is trivialized by an invuln, one invuln, by the way, then they have to keep in mind that a warrior can trivialize it every 4 minutes. A clear example of this, to not get too detailed in case it's spoilers for anyone, the second extreme in Dawntrail has the first proper real tank buster. That is it's like a 3-hit thing, I believe, that puts like a vulnerability debuff on the target. So you have to like have one tank take a hit, tank switch, have the other one take a hit, and then tank switch back to have the first one take a hit again, or something like that. But these hits land in about 10-second time frame, so you can just invuln it, which is a little bit of a shame. But not only that, they're spaced just about 4 minutes apart. So only a warrior, can just completely nullify that mechanic, all on their own. They don't need anyone else. Also, hey, Emir, Nadi, and Bing Bong. Hope you're doing well. And thank you, Emir. The reason why you might not hear about this much anymore is because, as Nadi says, with current gear, you will not see the second one. So, at that point, that feature kind of just became irrelevant. But it is an example of where Warrior having this advantage happened to matter. Hey Yannick, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. That is essentially an example of how tanks having an invuln becomes like a balancing act, and a way that an encounter designer could fight this is they could have, if they have a mechanic coming up that they don't want you to use an invuln for, is they could have a mechanic preceding that basically demands an invuln, so you have to use it on that. Or they could just have the mechanic they don't want you to invuln, ignore invulns. Problem solved. Saga says, do you think Warrior should be a 5-minute invuln like Dark Knight, or perhaps get Dark Knight down to 4? I think neither change necessarily works. I feel like the thing is, here's the thing, Artosaka. In the balancing of the tanks, if you take away Hongang as a quality that Warrior has over the other tanks, then Warrior aside from fights that just so happen to favor Warrior very well, Warrior is actually worse than Dark Knight, in a way, defensively, if they don't have Holmgang as an advantage. So if you made Warrior's Holmgang 5 minutes, then I would say, and then you also put actual damage reduction on Thrill of Battle or Equilibrium as like a refund on losing that advantage. Similarly, if Dark Knights would move down to 4 minutes, then something else would have to give, because that's not an advantage that comes for free. That comes at a cost. My opinion is a little closer to what Zav says, is that invulns should be more closely monitored. For instance, they could make it so that invulns are like once per fight, and then they still have a cooldown because it matters in like a dungeon context and things like that. But if they did that, then there's a lot of fights in the game that would need to be rebalanced with this in mind. That, well, tanks only have one invuln each, and more importantly, Warrior would now deserve a lot of buffs. Which is why it isn't as easy as just remove them. You would need to replace these invulns with something else. That's kind of the problem. Hey Scuba Murph, hope you're doing well. And hey Mask, hope you're doing well as well, and thank you so much. Can't believe guys spoiling Saturday's Warrior video. Oh yeah, that's right. That's tomorrow. Sleepy Vlad says, you've seen the new mount? The one in the store? Yeah, I have. And hey Tran, hope you're doing well. And AK, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Close enough. You're just missing the I think. The Holmgang macro thing is there's actually a simple explanation there, Scuba Murph. I've talked about this in videos before. If you're playing if you're playing Final Fantasy XIV as is, no mods or anything, then macros have a very specific weakness that normal actions don't, which is normal actions, quote unquote normal actions, have this thing that some refer to as spell queuing. As Yannick says, queuability. When you press a button, you can press it like over half a second before you wanted to press it, and it'll go, ah, of course. And then just use it when it is possible. Like, it'll just queue it up. That's also why sometimes if you like press a button and you're like, oh no, actually I wanted to press this other button, and then it'll just go, no, you pressed fire 1. Now you have to look stupid in front of everyone. It's because it had already locked that one in. And had already, basically, as far as the server's concerned, you have already cast it. And this queuing ability is over half a second long. So, like, it's quite a lot. Macros, if you've ever seen, like, optimized macros, they usually look something like this. Something like this. And the reason for that is because the way macros work is that you click the button on the first, like basically if we say that frame 0 is where you clicked the macro, then frame 1 plays this line, frame 2 plays this line, frame 3 plays this line, and then so on. And yes, frames on your PC or PlayStation is when these these commands are sent. Which means, and just to be clear, the command itself does not have spell queuing, because that would be very jank. Like, there are logical reasons why they don't, I think. But this means that due to the limitations of a macro, you can only fill like about 13 to 15 frames with the command you wanted. So if you're playing on, let's say you're playing on a really old school PC, or maybe, like, not trying to hurt anyone, a weaker PC, and you're limited to as low as 30 frames per second, then a macro can cover almost half a second. Note, spell queuing is more than half a second. On 60 FPS, it's less than a quarter of a second, and if you play on, I don't know, 120 FPS, for example, then you have less than an eighth of a second of fake spell queuing, which is what you do when you make like multiple lines of it. And that means that if you're trying to do something with a macro, then you have to like mash a little bit more than if you were not using a macro. If you're used to pressing the buttons almost like perfectly when you need them, then this macro limitation doesn't do anything. But let's just say that if you only have a single line dedicated to calling the command that you want, then it is incredibly unlikely that you are not losing time by using a macro. Because the queuing is what ensures that you send the action almost exactly on frame, which is also why there have been conversations about the fact that playing on specific frame rates can lose you DPS. Don't worry. The damage loss induced by something like this is so small that like 99%, probably 99.99%, if not more, percent of the player base have bigger concerns than, oh no, I'm losing 0.001% of my DPS from frame rate. But yes, because latency can affect your ability to use actions and frame rate can affect it and things like that, Final Fantasy XIV is a game where your actual system specs can impact your ability to do damage, which is actually concerning in a way. And if you want to see this kind of jank demonstrated, make a macro like this. If you like turbo smash the macro, there's a very good chance that you will only see heavy swing. But if you press it at, like, if you time it close enough to your GCD becoming ready or not ready, because some of these things are OGCD, you'll see your character do some random action in the list, just completely random action in the list, because that was the next frame. Enjoy work, Sally. But the way this relates to Hangout is that Hangout is really weird. I'll say, Andriel, hope you're doing well. Originally, like, the explanation for why Hangout is so weird makes a lot better sense when you understand the history of Hangout. Originally, Hangout's effect was like, basically the two first lines didn't exist. And in fact, it locked you and your target in place. Originally, it was a I believe it was just a bind for you and your target. And it also only lasted like 6 seconds. If you've seen the Hangout in Sastasha Hard, there's an enemy that uses that. That was all it did. Just locked you and your target in place. Not very helpful, is it? Then, very early in A Realm Reborn, they were like, that's stupid, and then added the you can't die during it effect. And then, I think it was in Shadowbringers, I think it was in Shadowbringers that they removed the part where it locks yourself in place. But something that is worth pointing out is that when it locked you in place, it also made you knockback immune. And this led to a period, I don't know how long, but I do believe it's not there anymore, but there was a period in time where supposedly Holmgang also gave you knockback immunity. It just didn't say that, but it did. And then at some later point, they decided to make it so that Holmgang can be used with yourself as the target, to just willingly lose the whole binding effect. Gansel says, also because there were only 2 tanks in ARR, they thought it was obvious that if you need to not die, just have the Paladin use Hallowed Ground for it. Hey Fizzy, hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, Sleepy Vlad, exactly. And the reason why some warriors really advise that you have a macro for Holmgang and that macro targets yourself when using it is because of a really weird design with Holmgang. The weird design with Holmgang is if you use it with a target and the target dies during it, then you lose the Holmgang effect. That's the reason. Like, if you do a big AoE pull as warrior and you're like, I'm just going to use Holmgang to not die. If you use it while targeting something, if that thing dies during Holmgang, then you lose Holmgang early. But if you use it on yourself, then there is no target that can, like, aside from yourself, I guess, there's no one that can die that will make you lose Holmgang. It's just weird that they haven't just removed that quirk. But it makes, like, based on the original design of Holmgang, it made sense, because obviously you bound yourself and your target in place. If your target died, then you're freed as well. Agutosaka says, so was at that time Paladin only one with an invuln and Warrior had none, or did they collapse Warrior's invuln into Holmgang? Originally, Warrior basically didn't have anything. Like, Vengeance didn't reduce damage taken. Holmgang didn't prevent you from dying. Like, Warrior, for a very brief time in A Realm Reborn, was considered a worse tank than Marauder, because at least Marauder had more cross-class action slots, so they could grab useful stuff from other jobs. Hey Mouse, hope you're doing well. And hey Naomi, hope you're doing well as well. But the logic, like, there was some logic to it. There was some logic to it, because in A Realm Reborn, Paladin didn't have any AoE attacks. I think they had Circle of Scorn, but like, that's an OGCD. Warrior had Overpower. So in a way, they had basically designed the Warrior to be like the AoE tank and Paladin to be the single target tank in some strange way. But that's still kind of weird, right? Like, essentially, consider that and that's also true, Agutosaka. Originally, Overpower was a cone. That was changed in Endwalker? Early Endwalker, I believe. Originally, when Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn came out, there were 2 tanks, 2 healers, and like 5 DPS to choose from. Say, Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Which meant, unless you were like double stacking something, you had a warrior paladin, a scholar, a white mage, and then, well, you almost definitely had a bard. Because of all the utility bards brought to the table. And then you had like, you probably had a melee DPS, maybe you had a mage. Well, that's why I said they didn't have an AoE attack, Ibis, because Flash didn't do damage. Did good AoE enmity though. But because they because there were so few jobs, they could basically just go, well, we assume they're going to have these jobs. Like, we can just assume that they're going to have these jobs in the party because they don't have any other option. Like, there's going to be a paladin, there's going to be a warrior, there's going to be a white mage, there's going to be a scholar, because those are your options. Probably. And kind of the same deal with DPS. Kind of. Because that's the key thing, is that some of you may be thinking, well, obviously you'd have a melee, a ranged, and a mage, right? But originally, I think it wasn't until Shadowbringers that they changed the party bonus. Originally, the way party bonus worked was that when you were in a party, you gave a 3% bonus to a stat appropriate for your role, which meant having a tank in your party, Lamau not having a tank in your party gave everyone 3% more vitality. Having a healer in your party gave everyone 3% more mind. I believe that increased your magic defense. Having a melee DPS that used strength, so a strength DPS in your party gave you 3% more strength, which tanks could use. If you had a ranged physical in your party, you get 3% more dex, or if you had a ninja. And dex increased block chance, I believe. Also, strength increased auto-attack damage, which mattered vaguely for scholars and such, I guess. And if you had a mage in your party, you got 3% more intelligence, which I think mattered a little bit for healers, question mark. But you can probably see how tank, healer, melee were like the non-negotiables, because the tanks benefited from the strength from the melees, and the healers were needed for healing, right? But the ranged physical was there because Bard was really, really hard to not have. But the mages? It means, do you accept gifts? Of course. Thank you. And hey, Tanuki, hope you're doing well. Kind of depends on what you mean by gifts, Emir. Thank you. What was that? What was that? It's food. Fantastic. Int probably gave me more MP, right? Nope, that was piety. And also true, Space Queen. Ninja was added in, I can't remember if it was 2.4 or 2.5. In fact, if you watch, if you pay attention to the Leviathan story arc, damn! Thank you. Those are fun. You will notice that there is a cutscene where Thancred and Yugiri really laid on thick with showing off some rogue moves. That's basically, if they do this for every expansion, but that was basically teasing the ninja job. In Heaven's Ward, they kinda did this very late in the Heaven's Ward MSQ, where they teased Samurai. Except I think they showed it off as a tank in a solo duty. In Stormblood, I don't think they showed off. Actually, I think in Heavensward they also had Alice show off a red mage in a way by her suddenly getting a sword. I believe so, Mask. And in Stormblood, I don't think they show off Gunbreaker or Dancer. I don't think they do. And in Shadowbringers, I think they waited with showing off Reaper to actually Endwalker. And then with Endwalker, they have Kryl become a Pictomancer, yes. Could you argue Gunblade was teased in ARR? Nah, that's a different Gunblade. But I see where you're going with it. Did I like your gift, Emir? Well, I hope so too. Volanti says the only thing I can give you for present is recitation Adlo. I'm just randomly in Savage Raid later tonight, and then like as an attack is going to kill me, suddenly it's just bloop, and then I get a huge shield. The birthday shield. The only thing that you can really do about that, Tanuki, is I think, isn't there a setting so that you can't receive tells? No, actually, I know. If you go in here and set yourself to busy, then I believe you can't receive tells. Pretty sure. Hey, Michio. Hope you're doing well. But that would be a way you could get rid of it, Tanuki. Other than that, your only option is dress your character differently, I believe. Maybe. But even that won't protect you from everyone. Ifalo, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Michio says, assuming we're getting a new Fizz range job, which weapon would you like them to use? I'm not particularly concerned about what weapon they should get, but I do think sometimes when the conversation gets to that, people are like, well, what weapons are left? I would say, just listing some options. We could have a job using a crossbow. We could have a job using a blitzball. That would be funny. We could have a job throwing other things, just generally throwing things. We could have a job, like, we could have juggler as a job, and it just throws random things. And that's a job that has existed in Final Fantasy games, juggler. We could also, and this one goes out to some of the disappointed machinist gamers, we could have we could have a job that uses a rifle and focuses on that. Because one of the like, it's actually pretty funny. Rifle, or rather, machinist and bard are equally jobs that a significant amount of players feel like they got bait and switched on. By which I mean, some players picked up archer wanting to be, you know, an archer, and then the game is like, no, you're a bard. To be fair, I do feel like bard has a lot of like bow actions, but I get it, I see it, I can see it, I can see how it's like, but that's not what I wanted. Why is it that archer becomes bard? Like, imagine if you want, like, just to take a little bit of a sidetrack to, you know, how a lot of these kinds of RPG tropes originate from things like D&D. Imagine if you said, I want to use a bow, and D&D's game design just said, you can then your only option is bard. Only bard gets proficiency with bows. Only bards can use bows. Meanwhile, the ranger, and there are some fighters that choose to use bow, just standing there like, bruh. That's basically the feeling that is what causes some players to be like, why is it that archer just turns into a bard and there's no other option? Like, why? I can see it. I'm just saying that some games are like that. Like, some games just are like that. Like, I'm not trying to like do like whataboutism and go, well, Final Fantasy XIV is excused because this other game, but I will say, Jose Marcus, hope you're doing well, and Midichlorian, hope you're doing well as well, and Nightboy. I will say, Final Fantasy XIV is not the first game to do something like this. You go over to Monster Hunter, for instance, and you're like, oh, longsword. Oh, I want to use a longsword. Like if you're like a HEMA enthusiast or something, you're like, oh, like, sweet, a longsword. Why is this a katana? Why is this a comically large katana? Oh, I guess an uji katana, or whatever the correct term is. But you get my point. It's like, why? And then, like, you can't read, like, you do very specific actions, and when they finally add something more, like, quote-unquote, thematic to it, it's not a long, it's very much, like, they're going with the Japanese interpretation, let's say that. And like, that's a similar thing. Like, what the comparison that I'm going with here is, sometimes you just have to accept that that was what the people that made the game wanted. That was their vision. And like, you can have your own vision of what you wanted the game to be, but then you have to make your own game. You can, of course, give your feedback and hope that they take it, but that's their game. And then the best you can do is go, well, then I like this thing in your game and use that. I'm not trying to be like, that you're wrong for wanting a ranger job in Final Fantasy XIV instead of, or in addition to, a bard. If it says that's like being bow guy in Fellowship, and now you have to be a healer with bard songs, just suddenly. And yeah, as was mentioned, part of the reason why we have not seen and will never see the dual job classes ever again in Final Fantasy XIV is because apparently the Scholar Summoner tangle is so problematic that in some capacity, I think it has been stated that they wish they had never done it in the first place. Thank you, Mia. Hope you're doing well. Miles says, do the bards use bows until max level? I feel like I'm missing part of the conversation. Oh, thank you. I don't even have that one. Awesome. Thank you. And now we have to use it. Thank you. Zenoldo says, I feel like one day their hand is going to be forced with someone on Skull and having to get them untangled. Maybe? I'll say Zoma. Hope you're doing well. Maybe. Maybe they will have to do that, but at the same time... Oh, you specifically looked for one I didn't have, Kay. That is quite something. Thank you. Given that we have already seen that Scholar and Summoner are so far removed that they don't feel as very attached. Like, it's just... They, in some capacity, would it be wrong to say that Scholar and Summoner at times are so different from each other that the overlap they have in actions, which is very few, feels more like two different people being told to design a specific idea and being given some basic tools. And then they arrived at drastically different endpoints. Like two different games in the same franchise. Ilana says, wouldn't they have done it already if they could? Not necessarily. There are things in Final Fantasy XIV where we can probably argue that the reason why they haven't done it, or the reason why it took them so long, is because that's how long it takes. Amy, who else? Hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Also, I saw someone say we should have Mathematician. It's really funny. That's a really good one. There is this tradition in Denmark when you finish at a gymnasium, which is like somewhere around high school-ish, I think, relatively speaking, that you do that the class makes this thing called a blue book because it's blue. I know, insanely creative, right? What you do with that blue book is you get pictures of everyone in the, like, either in the class or the whole year, like everyone from your grade. Like pictures, like group photos and then individual photos, and then you have like information about them and like fun facts about them. For instance, a prediction of what they'll be like after this, like what will they become. And on my page in my blue book, which, you know, my grade, and just to be clear, your page is written by your classmates, not yourself. Usually like your closer friends and things like that. But on my page, my friend specifically suggested that I would be a mathematician. Not mathematician, mathematician. So I didn't get the magic part, but technically I have a master's degree in applied mathematics, so I got halfway. But yeah, a clear example of the if they could do a thing, why haven't they yet? Is how long it took 14 to get speech bubbles or chat bubbles. They wanted to add them for a really long time, I think, but it took a really long time to get them. Also, hey, Lollipop Pizza, hope you're doing well. Um, Now you play healer in MMOs semi-professionally, doing math to decide who lives and dies via magic. See, that is an interesting thing. Oh, fantastic. I needed some more of those. Thank you, Marcus. Sweet. Hey, dead man. Hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And actually pretty funny about that. Balanzi also adds the black mage part. That's true. Funny about the healing bit is that in Final Fantasy XIV, I have mostly ended up maining or at least playing healer extensively in like a necessity kind of situation. Which is to say, in my journey with healing in Final Fantasy XIV was in Stormblood. I initially wanted to play Red Mage, but the queue times for everything were too long, so I ended up playing tank and healer more. And my experience in Stormblood, and this might shock you if you got into the game in Shadowbringers or Endwalker or Dawntrail, is in Stormblood, healers felt like they were more in control of a party than tanks. As in, if you were a really good healer, you could probably carry, like you could just grab the party by the scruff of their neck and just drag them over the finish line. Whereas as a tank, not really. Enjoy your day, Mister. Thank you so much. Mask is working on an applied math PhD. Good luck. And then in Shadowbringers, I had switched to maining tank out of preference. But then my journey there was like, I was in a free company for, like, the same free company for all of Stormblood and a large part of Shadowbringers. And, like, they were nice, but the free company kinda, like, died out a bit. It still exists now, but it's almost like a unicorn when I see one from it. So when I had finally finished maxing out, leveling up every job in Shadowbringers, and I was like, now what do I do? I joined a more active free company, and in that free company I got some friends, and the one that I played with the most was a tank main, so I switched to healer because it was a little bit problematic to do content if we're both tanks. And then, in a Savage Raid context, I switched to DPS because that specific raid team seemed to have some trouble with DPS checks. And then when I wasn't in that static anymore, I think I switched back to healing. And then Endwalker came out, and then I was, like, playing DPS some, but I think ultimately I ended up playing tank more. Partly because I had switched free company again. And I've basically only switched to healer for the most part when I had to. I also usually take the healer spot in, like, weird contexts if I view it as the hardest role. Like, some of you may have seen the A Realm Reborn Extreme speedrun recently. That's not an A Realm Reborn speedrun. It was specifically like a boss rush stream where we were 4 players doing every single Realm Reborn Extreme synced one by one. And I was the healer in that group because it's a very hard job to be the single healer in those contexts. So I took it because I didn't want anyone else to have to deal with that. And that's usually how it goes. If I'm healing, it's very likely that I have weighed that it is the hardest role, or there's also the alternative possibility that no one else wanted to. That can also happen. Like, that can also be the reason. But most of the time, it's just because I took it so that no one else had to. But when we go over to Fellowship, I started as DPS very briefly. Was like, I'm not a huge fan of this. Swapped over to tank. Played that. Was like, that's fine. And then, well, Sip was always the healer in my groups. So like that also helps with me not being a healer. But then he kind of got very heavily inspired and wanted to like turn a new leaf and be a tank main. And we just swapped, and then I just discovered that, hey, this is way better. I'd rather heal. I don't have to figure out routes in dungeons. I can just let someone else do it. I just have to deal with what's coming, and every party feels different because depending on how they play, a dungeon that is otherwise very easy can be very hard, and there's a lot of tools to juggle. It's great. Which is how I ended up being like a healer main over in Fellowship. Alright, Balonzi. I hope you get well soon. Thanks so much. Mel says that's how I feel when you main tank a raid in Endwalker. Me taking the hard bit, or being able to just lean back and relax. Yeah, when I originally got into Final Fantasy XIV, just for the record, also to what Akazusaga says, is I initially picked up the game, tried Gladiator, didn't like it very much, and then I switched to Arcanist, and I mostly played Summoner, but I had to switch to Scholar sometimes for Qs. I didn't mind. But when I hit level 50, I immediately switched to Red Mage. Marcus says, that is somewhat how healers are in 14 too. You don't know how much you will need to heal sometimes, which makes healer one of the most adjust-dependent roles in the game. In a way. In a way. The reason why I find it a little less interesting is more so because a lot of the time it has to be really dire for you to really feel it, if that makes any sense. Izidus says, what's your favorite job? Has it changed as the game evolved? Probably. In Stormblood, I am pretty sure my favorite job was Red Mage. The problem was that I liked playing the game a lot more than sitting in queue. So I ended up playing Paladin, Dark Knight, and White Mage a lot more. In Shadowbringers, I played Dark Knight for my tank, mainly, for a large part of it, little asterisk there. For healing, I also tended to go to White Mage, and for DPS, I played typically Summoner. The asterisk is because really late in Shadowbringers, or at some point in Shadowbringers, they changed Warrior's Nascent Flash to be able to target yourself. For someone in Dawntrail or even Endwalker, this might sound really weird because like, why would you do that? Just use Raw Intuition. But in Shadowbringers, Raw Intuition was just, I think it was 20 or 25% mitigation and nothing else. A fish! Fantastic. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. Astrologian was also kind of random back then, yeah. But yeah, before Endwalker, Raw Intuition was just straight mitigation. And Nascent Flash was lifesteal. But you couldn't use it without a secondary target. But at some point they changed it so you could target yourself, which suddenly made it way more fun, in my vision at least. So I started playing Warrior more. I basically grinded nearly all of the resources for all of the Shadowbringers relics with Warrior. And then in Endwalker, I played Summoner a bunch at launch. I also played Sage a bunch. I also played a little bit of Reaper, but I feel like I quite quickly like settled into playing Warrior quite a lot. I feel like. Which was probably also heavily because I used Warrior for the solo challenge quite frequently. And then now I play quite varied, but I have a main for each patch or each raid tier because of a static. But it could be said that I have changed main quite a lot, which also probably explains how I have never been super attached to any given job. Like, there is a reason why I've done things like... There's a reason why I've done, like, mentor roulettes where I just randomly pick jobs or just spin a wheel and things like that, because I can play all of the jobs. I've also just reached a point where sometimes I just feel like playing a specific job more, and there are definitely jobs that I feel like playing less than others. Which then, of course, the big motivation there for me to be like, I would rather pick my jobs is that there are some jobs that I don't really enjoy super much. And the big issue there is that even though there are some jobs that I'm like, oh man, that's awesome at high level, and that job is awesome at low level or something. Which I know that sounds really insane, but just walk with me on that one. Genuinely, there are some jobs that I actually really enjoy at low level. There's the problem that some of these jobs that I'm like perfectly fine with getting at low level, I'm less fine with getting in specific level brackets, and some of them I'm like, I would only want to get this job if I'm in a high level duty. Like, for example, if we just look at the tanks, if I could just queue as tank, just generally tank, and then like mentor roulette would tell me where I'm going. Oh. Oh wow. And cookies. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bing Bong. And hey, Ryan, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. If I was told what duty I'm getting, and then I could pick job, then I would probably play mentor roulette very differently. Like, if I could just say, I'm playing tank, and then the game is like, okay, your duty is Sastasha. Then I'd probably be like, okay, well then I'm playing Gunbreaker. Not like, oh, your duty is Stone Vigil. Then I might choose between Warrior or Dark Knight. And then they're like, oh, it's like basically any dungeon, any duty between level 56 and like 80. I would probably just go, oh man, I'm playing Warrior then. And then if it's above level 82 or so, there's a very high chance that I'd pick Paladin. Because I have like a preference in the different level ranges. But I don't have that freedom, which is why we had a somewhat recent mentor roulette where I was like, well, I know we're getting a lot of low level duties as tanks, so I'm just going to play Gunbreaker. Probably Warrior is better because you will have Invuln and Dark Knight won't, right? And Stone Vigil? Well, that one is an interesting conversation. If I recall correctly, when we did the... and when I say we, it's because I got help to do a lot of the recording. When we did the the top 10 hardest polls in Final Fantasy XIV, I believe I used Warrior for the Stone Vigil Giga poll. The reason for that was because of Holmgang. But not because Holmgang was likely to mean that I would live. More because if it was going to go wrong, it was going to go wrong a little less badly. The big problem with Stone Vigil, in that sense, is that it caps you at level 43. If your tank is at 1 HP, if your tank is at 1 HP and they need a lot of healing, at level 43, White Mage can't do anything about that. Nothing. They can use Cure 2. Great. You still die. Sage, they can put Equation Diagnosis on you. They can use Physis. Scholar can use Adlo. The only one that even has a chance of saving you in that context is Astrologian, because, like, I mean, they could, like, do the, like, as Helmgang is ending, they can, like, time and a Benefic 2 while also using Essential Dignity, like, ba-bam, to do a big meaty heal to maybe save the day. But most healers can't do anything. You will die if you use Holmgang at level 43. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Bruntom. Thank you so much. It's awesome. White Mage has Cure 1. Oh, boy. Fanlo says, our queue times in Dawntrail is bad as at the end of Endwalker. I wanted to do a trial as healer level 90 and had to wait an hour and a half as if they didn't know I queued as healer. What trial was it, fellow? Shai says, I've always wondered what you're drinking. If it is this one, then I am either drinking coffee, usually not, or some sort of fruit tea. Today it was coffee, actually. If it's this one, then it is flavored water. It is strawberry flavored tonight. Well, synthetic strawberry. It's a little disappointing. This is where I would send a drink company collab if we had one, yeah? Exactly. This could be your company's drink. That is also, I guess, an additional question, fellow, is what data center are you on? On Light? My thought is either you were queuing at an unusual time, or there's one other option. And that one is basically just the Fs in the chat all around. Basically, if you were queuing Sunday afternoon before the weekly reset, White Mage can Cure 2 and then Swift cast another Cure 2. Yeah, and Astrologian could Light Speed and Benefic 2 or Benefic 2 and like... But yeah, basically point being that I'm not even saying that White Mage is at a weak point for not being able to save the warrior there. I'm saying only Astrologian maybe can do something, and it's still a maybe. I think yes. In that case, it is very likely that that's the reason, because... the main people that would land in duty for Storm's Crown is people queuing for Trials Roulette or Mentor Roulette. And Trials Roulette, they would probably have, like, most of the people that would queue Trials Roulette at level 90 or above probably already did it and are waiting for the daily reset if they're doing it again. Which leaves Mentor Roulettes, and sometimes there's just not that many doing Mentor Roulette. So I would say there is a possibility that you were really unlucky with the timing. But some of the higher trials are like that. Like, it's a really weird thing, but basically, if you queue for a trial that is main quest relevant and is like level 50, then you're basically catching anyone who does trial roulette, and many people will do trial roulette as part of their leveling experience on a job. If you're doing a level 60 trial, you've already cut off everyone below level 60. If you're doing a level 71, you're cutting everyone below that, and level 80 and so on and so forth. And level 90 is where it really starts to get a little dicey, which is my best explanation. Hey Liv, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Fella says, I did end up going to Gridania on an invite spree. Only took me 20 minutes to gather a band of Lalafels to do the trial that day afterwards. Yeah, like, that's also the thing, is if you just ask, there's a very real possibility that there will be like 7 people going, yeah, I can help. Sure, why not? And yet, generally, optional trials have it even worse, which is why it was important that Storm's Crown is an MSQ-relevant trial. Because if it's an optional trial, especially... especially if it's from an old raid, like from an old expansion, then like, what reason do you have to, like today, what motivation do you have to unlock Ruby Weapon? The fight with Ruby Weapon itself, the story locked behind Ruby Weapon. I think there's also a quest in Endwalker involving Tataru that requires the that storyline to be done. And of course there's the extremes locked behind it. But if you don't care about those things or haven't like gotten around to them yet, then they're not in your trials roulette. So basically my point is that it's a very, very real possibility that Ruby Weapon, just as a random example, has less people that has it unlocked playing actively today than has Storm's Crown unlocked. But then Storm's Crown has its own weakness that it is 10 levels higher, so the people queuing Trials Roulette, there might be even less people that are actually queuing on a job that is eligible for Storm's Crown. Anyway, I will be right back. In the meantime, once again, sanity restored. And Oh, watch of the chair, tell us your wisdom. Everyone collabs with chair. It's quite amazing. And the most amazing part is that the chairs always dressed a little different. A little different. And thank you for the prime, Shakoro. Hope you're doing well. Is that shy, or is it two different people? I wonder. Thank you so much. Yes, fantastic. Thank you so much. But Wokan says, I look through Party Finder for easy Wondrous Tale rerolls as my go-to board thing. I've been looking at it on OCE here too. Oh, that is an interesting way to do it. I usually don't really get too caught up in that, because a lot of the time, like my weekly go at Mentor Roulette tends to give me like, usually gives me 9, sometimes give me less, but a lot of the time I just get straight up a full refill, and I don't care enough about Wondrous Tales to like keep reshuffling it until I get something really good. At some point I'll just be like, this will have to do. I don't care. Partly this is also partly induced by the fact that, you know, well, some of you know that sometime in Endwalker I went through the task of estimating whether it is worth your time to really go all in on optimizing your Wondrous Tales. And my estimates on the value of like grinding Wondrous Tales was that unless you're lucky, or you were going to do those things anyway. Like, for instance, if you were going to do those duties that give you those second chances anyways, then it doesn't matter, right? Then it's free, essentially. Like, that's the same thing with so many things. Like, I kind of touch on this in my leveling guides as well, is that these are the most effective ways to level, in my opinion. But while I might say this thing is less efficient, if you were going to do that anyway, then you can basically subtract all of the time that you were going to spend on that, because you were going to do that anyway. So just basically just getting like a free XP drop, just boink, because you were going to do that anyway. But with Wondrous Tales, the reason why you shouldn't go out of your way to grind it is simply because the average, like the chance of getting the golden voucher. I'll get to your question in a second, fellow. The average chance of getting a golden voucher, combined with the fact that you can't guarantee, like even if you do everything right, it's still a chance. It would be better time spent to just use a gil making strategy. Like, just farm gil is the better strategy, and just buy the thing you want. That's how unlikely it is. This is, of course, also based on the fact that there are relatively easy farming strategies that can give you, I believe, over 300k gil per hour. That is not related to the market board. It's 300k cash, just easy game. Well, not easy necessarily, tedious, but you will get 300k per hour if you put in the time. And that is more than the estimated value per hour earned by, like, really going hard on Wondrous Tales. Which is why, like, basically, as Ilana said, short answer, no, it's not worth it. Long answer, it is really not worth it. But the key is always, if you were going to do a thing anyways, then you can subtract that time, and then it's suddenly really good. And yeah, exactly, Bertocon. That's why you use it as a, like, I'm bored thing. Trans says, I still got 1 golden voucher. I have no idea what to do with it. Like, if you're not in a hurry to spend it, then the recommended way to maximize your profit on it is 2 things that are almost exactly the same. Leading up to a Savage Raid tier, you advertise that you have one in places. And that you're willing to sell it. You make a deal with someone. Another fish! Oh, it's the fish named Permit. We've gotten a permit, guys. So you make a deal with someone that they will basically pay for your voucher, and then they choose what they buy with it. The reason why you do it leading up to a Savage Raid tier is because one of the things you can buy with a golden voucher is a superior version of a given raid tier's crafted chest piece. The difference between it and the normal crafted piece is that this superior version, first of all, can be bought instantly at the start of the raid tier, which might matter to some people. Not really right now, because we'll have like 3 weeks to gather crafted gear, I think, leading up to it, so we'll be fine. But it could matter. Second, it has 5 materia slots, which means that you don't have to spend on pentamelding, you straight up just do it. And because it has 5 actual materia slots as opposed to 2 slots and then you have to overmeld, it gets like approximately 1.5 more materia value than a regular chest piece. Which of course means that, depending on who you ask, that chest piece could be worth 50 million gil. And you could use 50 million gil to buy like 3 or maybe even 4 of the golden voucher mounts from the same vendor. Or you could buy a large house plot if there was one. But the reason why the better option than just doing that for like the upcoming raid tier is the same thing, but save it until the next expansion, because the first raid tier, this ornate chest piece, as they're called, is usually more valuable, and it'll probably be easier to find a buyer. So that, if you're not in a hurry, that's the strat. If you are in a hurry, then you will make a lot less, but that's the strat. Fallow's question is, what duties give second chances? If you complete a duty where there is a first timer in your party, it does not matter what duty it is. If someone in your party is a first timer, even if unsynced, you will get +1 second chance for clearing it. That is the way. I don't think there's any other way to get second chances. It's actually impressive that it's still reasonably possible to farm second chances. Caetsu says, would you say that in terms of tanks that are new player, returning player friendly, that it is Paladin, Warrior, then Dark Knight, and then Gunbreaker? I would say that between the 4 tanks, if you're a completely new player, which means you would only have access to Paladin and Warrior technically, Paladin is probably the friendlier of the 2 tanks to pick up initially, but if you have a little bit of know-how, then Warrior becomes the easier of the 2 because of Raw Intuition at level 56. But that advantage could also teach you bad habits that don't work on the other tanks, because Raw Intuition is that strong. Paladin might be a good go-to. I would personally rank Dark Knight as harder than Warrior and Paladin, but that is a somewhat subjective thing, and I know a lot of people disagree with me on that. The reason why I would rank Dark Knight as harder is because in a more casual setting, Dark Knight is the only tank among the 4 where you choosing to use your resources can negatively impact your ability to use your defensive options because of TBN's MP cost. None of the other tanks have this weakness, quote unquote. And in a more optimized setting, Dark Knight can be a more surprising change because with Warrior, like you have your 1 minute burst where you just faceplant on everything. The only opti you can make on that really is like save a little bit of gauge for an extra fill cleave or save a charge of infuriate. It's not that much. Meanwhile, Dark Knight has this whole thing with like stockpiling MP and holding a Shadowbringer, like I mean same as infuriate, right? And they can also optimize by playing around TBN, like getting like that free cast in and things like that, which means that there is a little bit of a difficulty spike when you try to optimize. Now, you don't have to optimize, which is why this difficulty spike is generally considered non-existent, because by the time you would care about this, you shouldn't need to worry about this. That makes sense. But yeah, I would say between the 4, Gunbreaker and Dark Knight are probably the harder ones, but that's partly opinion. Trans says, I tried doing that at the start of 7.0, but no luck because Elemental got no world race. Ah, couldn't you have traded it on OCE? Azalea Spawn, hope you're doing well. Matthew says, speaking of Warrior, is there a whole rotation, like a 1 minute loop, including the Dawntrail skills? Like they get to use all the abilities every minute with none that are 2 minute cooldowns? Thank you, Penguin. Hope you're doing well. Warrior is slightly priority based. Slightly. I believe if you actually, like, if you play the rotation perfectly, I believe if you write out the rotation, like just spreadsheet it, that a Warrior can generally fit 1, like they'll get 1 Infuriate for the odd minute and 2 for the even minute due to the cooldown reduction induced by using things like Fell Cleave, if you time it just right. Something like that. But Warrior's rotation is for the most part more like priority based. Like if the duration on Surging Tempest is below a certain point, then you use that. If it's not, then you use Storm's Path. And if you have over a certain threshold of Beast Gauge, use Fell Cleave. If not, then, well, you keep pooling. So unlike, I would say both Dark Knight and Paladin and Gunbreaker, like all the other tanks actually have set in stone rotations enough that Gunbreaker and Dark Knight can have like rotations that almost feel weird if you like lose a GCD somewhere. Paladin has this whole thing where its rotation deliberately doesn't perfectly match the 1 minute loop, so it gets a little wacky about that. But Warrior is a lot more just bruh, just click the best button for the moment. Jose Lisa, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. But yeah, there is something to be said about difficulty of the tanks that I would say if you're not particularly concerned about like optimization, then it could be argued that all 4 tanks are relatively straightforward. That's also something to be said, and this is something that I feel like I also somewhat touched upon in my Machinist video somewhat recently, is that whenever you hear someone say insert job is bad, then there's almost always a context of, relatively speaking, it is bad because so and so. Oh, thank you. A cake, a whole cake. Thank you so much. That same thing with Machinist, in that in like 99% of content, it doesn't matter. For most players, it doesn't matter. But relatively speaking, we will talk about, well, it is worse than this. And the same kind of applies to optimization, that if we were like, well, Gunbreak is really hard to optimize, or Dark Knight is really hard to optimize, it's like, yeah, but if you're fine with doing like 90% of what the job is capable of, or maybe 80%, then it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But that is also why these conversations tend to become very very specific. Mike, the reason for that, I would say, kind of boils down to I think I've talked about this before, that if you've watched my guides for jobs, I don't really talk very much about suboptimal strategies. Sometimes I might be like, yeah, this is, if you do this instead of that, it's way easier, it's only slightly worse. But most of the time, I'll just say this is the optimal way, and you just use that as like your measuring stick. How close to doing that are you? And that's all you need. Because if we start talking about anything more than exactly optimal, for instance, then it becomes really complicated to talk about it. Like, if you look at, say, for instance, openers on the balance, right? There's almost always like one that is like, this is the optimal one. And if there's like 3 or 4, then it's like, well, this one is optimal for this specific scenario, this one is optimal for this specific scenario, or the difference between them is so minuscule that it's like, I mean, this one is better if you have a latency more than 20 ms. Like something weird like that. But if they went and if they were like, okay, let's make sure we include every opener that is within 5% of the optimal one. Like if we go, this opener leads to 100% the best possible performance you could do in an average duty. Because the thing is, if you take a specific duty, there can be an optimal rotation for that duty. And if you have a specific party composition, there could be a specific opener that is optimal for that composition and things like that. But if we just say in an average situation, this is the perfectly optimal one, and then we also include every opener that is within 5% of the optimal one, then you might suddenly have 3,000 options. Because technically, it doesn't matter that much whether you do AB or BA. It doesn't matter that much whether you do ABC or CAB or AB or BAC and so on and so on and so on. Which means that like you'll see some of those openers where there's like a very strict sequence. You're like, does it really have to be that strict? And the answer is no, but it would be a lot harder to explain, to convey this information if they had to show you each configuration that is identical. Just, if you understand the job well enough, you can also see that and that is interchangeable. I'll just do whatever I want. But there will also be openers where you have moved something that actually does matter. And when you move something that does matter, it might mean that you lose like 1% or something. And they just don't include that. But the reason you move that might actually make sense in the specific duty. Hey Connie, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And this kind of conversation is basically the reason why usually when we talk about these kinds of things, when we're comparing jobs to each other and such, we tend to envision like the idealized version of the jobs. And then we can go, well, relative, if we take the perfect machinist, for instance, relative to the perfect Viper, machinist is worse. Or the perfect Black Mage, machinist is worse. Because the data says so. But if we allow all the top 10% of each of them to play ball, then suddenly the difference might be smaller. Or if we allow the 50% best to play ball, then it might be even smaller. In fact, if we allow 100%, then machinist might be better. And machinist might be able to put like add more to the table. Like Viper provides nothing in utility. Black Mage basically provides nothing in utility. Machinist provides something. So that's where it becomes complicated, because it does lead to this situation where you're like, for instance, I present this is the best way to do this thing, and then someone will be like, oh, but it doesn't matter whether you move these things around, why don't you mention that? And like, because if I had to mention all the nuances, then this video would be 1 hour and not 20 minutes. I don't want to play ball, I want to play insert job here. That would be the real problem with adding a blitzball job to Final Fantasy XIV. But I don't want to play ball. You're playing ball. It's optimal. Nuances for cowards. Wow. Wow. A funny thing that I ran into today was, it probably comes as no surprise for some of you that my somewhat recent video about the hardest dungeon bosses has gotten some comments that basically amount to, none of them, Lamau? With your course, the implication that, well, none of them are hard. So how could there be a hardest? What I found funny about that is, if you say the 10, like if I say the 10 hardest things, I don't actually necessarily suggest that they are hard. I didn't say 10 hard dungeons. I said dungeon bosses. I said 10 hardest. So the difference being that something being hard is, I feel like it's subjective, but we can probably agree, for example, that the bosses in Sastasha are not hard. Like they straight up, the bosses in Sastasha are not hard. But the moment I grab Sastasha boss and place it on the desk, then I can grab a different boss from anywhere else in the game, put it on the desk, and ask you which one is harder. And you might say neither, because they're not hard, but one of them is harder than the other. The suggestion that because the things you're comparing neither are hard, therefore there is no hardest, is a bit like the example I gave in response to one of them was, everybody come see the tallest hamster in the world, and then someone goes, well, all hamsters are really short, so that doesn't exist. But surely there's a tallest one. It's not very tall, it's very short actually, but relatively speaking. Silky, yeah, that would be the tallest hamster in the world. And that's another good one, Ceros. 10 longest streets in insert country. Lamau, the streets in different country are longer. And exactly, Ilana. One thing is 1 gil, the other is 2 gil. One of them is more expensive, even though they're both incredibly cheap. Hey Nevelim, hope you're doing well. Says, I actually had a big fight with my family, using this exact logic. Oof. Oof. Mia says the concept of comparing things is hard for some. Some people also have difficulty with disconnecting from their own experience. Like, basically what I mean by that is some people have trouble with the idea that maybe the reason this specific thing... I'm not being like, oh, the actual reason why you don't find any of the dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV hard is because you're just that good. Maybe that's why, but I'm just saying... let me put it like this. I have yet to wipe on the second boss in the newest Dawntrail dungeon, but a reasonable amount of comments said that that boss was missing on the list. And I chose to not include it, not even an honorable mention, because, like, I actually had it on my list, but I had, like, 20 dungeons that I believed should be in the top 10, and I think I also had like 20 dungeons that I wanted an honorable... no, 20 bosses, in both cases, that I wanted an honorable mention for. And I had concluded that I wanted around 5 bosses at most in the honorable mentions, and it was a top 10, so... I had to choose which 10 go in the list, which also meant that I would basically have to like choose the bosses that go in, and there's a cutoff point. It's very possible that if it was a top 11, I would have included that second boss from the newest Dawntrail dungeon. Also, hey, go, hope you're doing well, and thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. That's crazy. And thank you for the birthday wishes, go. And thank you for celebrating 32... Is it say 32? 32 months as part of the Cult of the Pink. You're getting close to 3 years. And also, thank you, Crusher, for the Ko-Fi donation. Thank you so much. The explosion. Thank you. That's also true, Gazel. That is a good point. But I will say I didn't do that. I didn't deliberately exclude a specific boss to be like, yeah, that one should have been the number 1, but algorithm tricks. Then I would have not included the Strayburrow Deadwalk boss. Like, are you crazy? That's like that would have been the easiest win. But yeah, genuinely, like that is why I didn't include it, was that like I have never wiped to that boss. So first off, just there, I'm like, it's not that hard, is it? Like, I know some people said it was really hard. I've heard some people suggest that the fact that dungeons are getting like a mini echo effect when you wipe is because of that boss. Some have suggested. But I've never wiped to it, so I'm like, it's probably not that bad. And I've also, I also subtracted some difficulty points because the newest dungeon has a tendency to have like a slightly inflated difficulty. Like, honestly, In the first, like, 2 or 3 weeks of Dawntrail, a lot of people were like, oh, the Dawntrail dungeons are too hard, they're overtuned. And then, like, after those few weeks, people were like, nah, they're fine. There's still some that feel like the Dawntrail dungeons are too hard, but the vast majority were like, nah, we just need to learn them. It's fine. We just need to learn them. Which means that the reason why basically we're like, yeah, then the second boss in the newest dungeon, Missile Terminal, isn't hard enough to qualify is because it might be quote-unquote too hard because people haven't had enough time to get acquainted with it. So maybe if it's still considered as hard, next raid tier I would have included it. Cole says, if they put the teacup mechanic in Savage and it kills you, I'm dying every time. See, that is also a good point. Part of the reason why I didn't even think about the teacup boss, that like not that much, in Stray Bar Deadwalk, is because even when it was new, the average party in Ghost Park, as I call it, could beat the boss either just before the third like teacup mechanic or during its resolution. And you could survive one. Everybody gets one. And the reason why it matters that you could survive one and that the third one often didn't resolve is simply because the first one is such a simple mechanic that you resolve it by looking at where the teacup starts and then you go over there. That's how you deal with the first set, which is not even a set, it's a single one. The second set, if they're opposite to each other, then you just go to where they start, approximately, and then like lean a little bit. And then that's resolved. If they are like perpendicular to each other, then it's a little different. But it's still so predictable that I believe an infographic showed like 4 possible answers in total for the whole mechanic. That might have been like, you know, standardized for a specific clock angle. But the third wave is where it becomes so complicated that I think it's like 16 answers instead of 4. Which means that it suddenly becomes so convoluted that unless you can memorize all of them, it's actually easier to look at the teacups. And the reason why we were memorizing them in the first place was because it was very difficult to look at the teacups. Thank you so much for the five gifted subs, Coco. Thank you so much. The double up, the extra one. Thank you so much. You slipped. Thank you. That's amazing. The wet floor has returned. But yeah, basically because the teacups resolve fast enough and are how do I put it? Forgiving enough. It doesn't make it isn't hard enough to make the list. I'll say treasure box. Hope you're doing well. The treasure box mentioned the Leonarch, the one that was the top 1 in that video that I mentioned, and Maul Skull. That one is really funny. Not funny that the treasure box is like that one is difficult. Actually, I have heard some players say that Maul Skull is too hard and requires you, and I'm not joking, requires you to be able to tell the future to do it right. The reality of the situation is, of course, that the thing that makes Maul Skull difficult is that his gimmick is he has a lot of mechanics that Like, he can one-shot you, absolutely. That's not the gimmick. The gimmick is that he will do a mechanic that is very, like, big. Like, very, like, whoa, stuff's happening. And then he will charge up his half-room cleaves during it, while you're looking elsewhere. And then he kills you. So if you don't pay attention to that, he gets you. Which is such a silly way to die. Elder says, which one is Malskull again? The final boss in Skydeep Penalty. It's a titan. Quote unquote. I was actually also told that the first boss in Ihokatumu, the manatee boss, should have been on the list. Hey Tanuki, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. That surprised me a bit to hear that that one should have been on the list. But for a more casual player, I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it, but the reason is that these players found the telegraph barfing during the specific thing which sucks up terrain and that very overwhelming. I didn't, of course, which is why I'm like, what? But I can see it. Like, I can see why. Also, hey, Exodia, hope you're doing well. The hardest boss is actually Drowsy because I can't bring myself to kill him. That is such a weird one because he didn't even do anything. You could have just walked past him. He was just sleeping. Goes as FF players when the boss slowly raises their left hand and starts glowing intensely. No way to know what's about to happen there. Cole, have you seen one of those like distraction videos where they have like a whole bunch of people do a ton of random stuff on a stage or something, and then somewhere during it they have like I don't know, like a person in a gorilla costume just walk across the stage, and then at the end of it they're like, did you see the gorilla? That a much more tame version, but that's what Malskull is doing. The everyone doing stuff on stage is him doing like, oh, here comes a blue circle AoE knockback and a spread marker, and also I'm charging up this half-room cleave and this half-room cleave. Oh, that's a good emote that we just got. Exactly, the gorilla basketball thing. But that's basically what Malskull does. But the thing is, if you see it coming, or you're paying just somewhat attention, then you'll notice. But if you don't think about it, then it's very, like, I have forgot to look. And then I'm like, I didn't actually see. And then I just incidentally guessed correctly. But there is something to be said that I think actually what truly is what makes Malskull so scary, quote unquote scary, is that in Final Fantasy XIV, often, especially in casual content, the proportional punishment you get for being hit by a mechanic is usually, well, proportional to how massive of a flag the boss raised to tell you that it's coming. Like, there are casual bosses that like basically do the equivalent of like the here it comes, and they're doing nothing else for like a good 10 seconds. If you get hit by that half-room cleave, you might actually die. Just. But it's such a huge flag that they're like, look, if you didn't see that, that's on you. Hey, Demoniac. Hope you're doing well, and thank you. Cole says that would be fair if Moldskull wasn't like the 5th time we fought that exact same boss. Oh, actually, Cole, the difference there is that while you might say, well, isn't that basically the same boss as the one from Swallow's Compass? No, it isn't. Isn't it the same boss as like that thing from Seiryu? Nope. Because the clear difference between all of these others, the reason why we say that Moldskull is Titan from Eden Savage is because, well, he looks like that. But all of these other bosses, when they do the half-room cleave, they do this. And then slam down. Moldskull just does this, and then there's like a light. And then he hides it for a moment, and then he punches you. So basically, you have to see one of the hands glow to know where to go, and then he punches you almost instantly. While all the other editions of that specific kind of boss basically does the equivalent of if Moldskull just had the glow on the correct hand just stay, and then he like winds up to punch slowly, then it would have been the same boss. Like I know that I'm being a little bit, I guess, pedantic on that, but like I'm just saying I can see why he would be challenging in a different way than the others. There's also the part that if you're used to Savage, then most casual dungeons can't surprise you very much. And yeah, also a haircut can one-shot. But you also have to remember that the haircut, which is, I believe it's Weeping City of Ma, she stands there, does nothing, summons a big scythe thing out of her hair, does nothing, and then half-room cleaves. Like, she invests a lot of time into that one. And it's also an alliance raid, and alliance raids like lifts the allowed damage potential from bosses a tad. I believe primarily because, well, if we kill 5 players, that's probably fine. You have 6 healers. Tanuki says adding a memory check or obfuscating the tell in some way is something they're quite fond of now. Yeah, exactly. Indeed. In fact, the first boss of the newest dungeon's whole gimmick is that they're obfuscating the answer. Etsy Parties nearly wipes her haircut? That doesn't surprise me. Just not serious. Hope you're doing well, says. And so, 1 healer's left. Yeah, well, I mean, that would still be survivable, right? But yeah, this is, like... That's the interesting thing, is that... That's also something that is worth pointing out, that in my list, like that hardest dungeon bosses video I put out recently, some would say, well, that boss from Heaven's Ward or something is really easy. Like, why would that be there when... There are bosses that are way harder in like Shadowbringers or Endwalker or Dawntrail. Like, relatively speaking, they have more mechanics, they're more complicated. But relative to the skill level of the average person that does the dungeon, which is often first-timers, that mechanic is suddenly very hard. So suddenly it is worth mentioning. Like, for instance, Arf, Asian Prime, there's a bunch of chaos that happens in that fight, but most of it is like, meh. Are you going to go and get a haircut, Coco? Or is it the memes? The one mechanic that tends to get players on Asian Prime is literally an in-out or out-in. Like, there are bosses in Dawntrail that does more than that. Arguably faster than that. But in Heavensward levels, that's actually a little bit of a surprise. which is why it gets people a lot of the time. Oh, fair enough, Coco. Go get it. It's a little late, isn't it? Can you get that today? That's fair. But that is essentially what really matters. Is like sometimes it's a relative thing. Sometimes I wish Summoner had something like transpose so they could fix their Bahamut order. Yeah, I could see that. Marcus says, that's why I'd consider Phlegethon the hardest Alliance raid boss, as I've never wiped more often on any other Alliance raid boss than that one. I will say that Phlegethon probably has a bit of a quantity advantage there. I'm pretty sure there are some Heavensward Alliance raids that might have a lot of kills, a lot of wipes, possibly, or close tos. But these Alliance raids happen a lot less frequently. So they have less opportunities to score. Hey Billy, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Now on that note, by the way, I do have a Savage raid in like an hour, so I do think I have to round off the stream a little bit. So that I can eat something and be ready to Savage raid. Yeah. As well as the second Ancient Flare is the hardest mechanic among all Alliance raids. You know, the fact that some of the hardest mechanics in the game involve not attacking. That makes a lot of sense. Treasure Box says, will you be streaming the Savage raid? I always do. It'll be, you know, here, of course. We'll be progging M8S. I hope so, Cole. That would be amazing. We'll try our best. Now, with that said, that does in fact mean that we will be back in about an hour. But either way, if you would like to be part of the Discord community server, you'll find a link right there in the chat. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. Oh, hold. Hey Maxwell and Tenchi, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for the super chat, Tenchi. And thank you so much for the birthday wishes. And thank you also, Maxwell. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you. That's a big super chat. Thank you, Tenchi. Let me see if I can get back to what I was saying. You will find the weekly schedule in the Discord community server. There you will find you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. They will also see the time for the Savage Raid stream. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them up. And if you grab the reminder roll in the roll assignment room, you get a notification whenever I post a video or stream. So it's an extra one about 15 minutes before stream starts. So you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support me and the channel more directly, you can become a member, you can subscribe, you can do all that goodness on either platform. If you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-Fi link that Ariel posted right there in the chat. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus, so that I can, well, in this case, so I can share stuff like this with all of you. I feel like we covered a lot of interesting conversations on this birthday Hangout stream. I hope you feel that way too. But that'll be it from me for now. Just getting something to eat, prepare a cup of tea, get ready to Savage Raid, and then I'll see you in like less than an hour. The next stream will be literally in 55 minutes, Tenchi. 55 minutes. Today. I just need to prepare for Savage. Oh, that's convenient timing. Now, that said, that of course means ta-ta for now. I'll see you in a bit. I'll be right back. Bye-bye.